some, it may be the legacy of fame or the luxury of fortune. But for many, if not most artists, I think they create because they have to. In the absence of creative endeavors, some broken part of their subconscious wells up and presses against other functions of the mind, disrupting them. This quickly becomes a curse as the desperate rattle of a painting or novel or album drowns out all other thoughts. Days or weeks are lost while plumbing the depths and branching ideas of possibilities. The torturous frustration as the clumsy body fails to recreate into reality the immaculate vision of the mind. But the highs, oh those highs, when art flows and you are a conduit for lightning, when knowledge, skills, and training finally align into a perfect focus, turning random, diffuse light into a hot, fast laser beam. This is the feeling of immortality, the feeling that seems to justify this brief, fragile existence. So open that release valve, just a little bit, and let the demons play for a while.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? Move this closer a bit. I had to move out of the way for VR. Good morning, Mal. Good morning, Runery. Ruver. Good morning, Zafri. And good morning, Vix. I hope everyone is having a good morning. Oh. But I need that armory. Morning, Zafri. But yes. We are back. I have nothing new implemented into the stream, despite plans. And we're gonna be doing some more donos and pride icons. We're gonna start with Cerberus. Oh, Kofi. Morning, Turga. Oh yeah, I need to poke Mal into the direction of that. One of the booths at the convention was an avatar creator that specializes in stuff like extra limbs or multiple heads and stuff like that. Morning, Diane. My art glove. While I am at this, I'm going to plug some stuff into charge. I used up the charge on basically all my trackers yesterday. Do you know that if you perceive by the wild rune, because the rune likes you? Aww. I hope to be perceived by the wild rune someday. A little lore before final. Oh, what is Jesse seeking lore about? And are we talking my lore or where I or where I just kind of put sticky notes all over Runery's lore? Like how we have how I just Sierra gifted Yolta an orb. I think this is the most recent new thing. Perceives me? I am being perceived. Did I have fun though at the convention? For small bits of it. Anxiety still got the better of me that I couldn't really do much with the actual just main convention part of it. But over the weekend, I did get to meet up with a few people. I got to meet up with Sarah for the first time in VR as well. A tiger and a cat. Hi, Nines. Also, Mal, I gotta show you this map at some point. It is just a giant, massive maze. Hi, sis. Like, this... You need to get on to VR with me? Yes, you do. I didn't know you had VR. Don't think. If I did, I forgot. Yeah, like, this is just one room out of the entire thing. Lurking while you grab the bus home? Alright, thank you for the lurk. Boy. I also got to meet up with Neko for the first time in VR, where we took the opportunity to recreate... What is it? We found a truck, and we put Neko into the truck. First time? That isn't... Oh no, Neko had been to some of the meetups. Okay, it was my first time hanging out with just Neko that wasn't a meetup. Bonus check. I think it was possibly one of the first times in one of the avatars I more recognized. I don't know. To quote Flo, my brain is soup. Is it delicious soup? I don't know. Also, I got to meet up and hang out with Howitzer for a bit. Also, during the convention, I have thank you, Nines. During the convention, I have been reminded that people don't necessarily make the connection between When Wolves Cry Out and WWCO. I have been sent more. Oh, my model is so scrungle in some of these. But thank you, Nines. I need to get back to the habit of taking more photos in VR. Where... Thankfully, Nines took some photos while we were there, but my model apparently didn't want to look at the camera, which, you know, as someone with ASD, that's kind of accurate. But, you know, looking at it, Nines isn't looking at the camera either, so it's fine. It's a very nice avatar. Mine or Nines, or which one are you referring to? Just showing off a couple. Mine? Thank you. It's the Kuda Jax, but I've retextured it to look more like the dragon. The retexture is technically a work in progress because I want to I want to give it more patterns to look, like a Jex. It's like Jexes have a lot of patterns on them and stuff. I started with like a few with some lines and stuff going up and down it. Got little patterns down here. The extra marks on the face. Jex, yeah, it's a species that I think started in... Oh, what was it? Was it Second? I don't think it was Second Life. It was one of the other ones that was like that. Maybe it was Second Life. One of those earlier 3D social games. Second Life? Okay, yeah, it started in Second Life. Let me pull up. Still love the avatar a lot. Thank you. It is ironically actually my secondary avatar, despite the one that is more me, like design wise. I tend to run with this model a fair bit more. Just get me the CUDA Jex. CUDA Jex has decent images I can use. Think. This'll work. Here's some Jexes, for example. They're kind of fox-like, but they have like feathers and stuff along them. I don't know all the details of the species. I just took it and made the tail bigger and recolored it to look like the dragon. Nines made sure to get plenty of photos from when when it was just us two chatting, and I set my avatar to bigger. Or when Nines joined us, because I was showing off one of the world to someone. There's a world that has the size changing stuff in it. Neko showed up. Neko. Just a little cat. Tempo 2. Oh, right. Yeah, Tempo. Let's see. It was me, Nines, Tempo, and Neko that were all there, I believe. Are there any Lung Dragon models? There are, but there aren't any that I like enough to use as the base for my dragon. Though I do need to get whiskers and horns for my dragon. Also, these two photos are just photos of me that Nines took that they came out well. The puppet dragons, I don't want to use the puppet dragon, and like the puppet dragon's neat, but I don't want to. This one also came out really well. And for context as to why the shirt is missing, the creator updated the model, and so when I rebuilt it, we found out that they changed the skeleton. So Neko had to rebuild the shirt on it, otherwise the chest would clip through it anytime I moved. So I had to just switch over to the hoodie for a bit. But yeah, I like how both of these came out. Always want to get into the photography, and VRC really scratches that itch for you. Ooh. Good to know. Here's one that Sarah took of us. This is on that maze level again. Also on the maze level. This is one of the people that was in the group. I don't remember specifically who this one is. I wasn't planning on showing off a bunch of photos from the convention, but here we are. You wish you took one of me and Halitzer to... Yeah, I have... so... Oh, was I at... I was at Virality. Not a lot, admittedly, because, like... just going into the lobbies and just... trying to find someone to talk to doesn't work for me. Social anxiety. But yeah, Nige, do you remember the comment I made when we were talking about stuff? I said, oh yeah, I'm in this one specific chat. And Halitzer was like, oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yet later they commented that they met someone from the chat but couldn't see it here. Someone pointed out who it was, and they're just like, oh heck, it's them. And that's when I realized that, okay, I should update the status on VR chat to just say when wolves cry out, because VR chat doesn't allow for usernames that long, so that's why I had to shorten it to WWCO. But apparently it still confuses people. You just tried to meet up with me if you... I posted on Twitter that I was going, but it was very last minute. I didn't really know what to do. I hadn't planned on going, but I had like 5 or 6 different people ask me if I was going. So I just kind of decided, all right, yeah, I'll pick up a ticket. It's $25. And then I just rebuilt both my models from the ground up because both of them were older, outdated, and the Unity files had broken. Have I had a good time? The convention itself didn't do much for me, but the convention going on meant that there were a lot of people on, and I got to meet up with people that I normally wouldn't get to. Hook you about making sure you can do VRC again? Okay. I'll be honest, most of the time that I spent at the convention was just wandering around the dealer's den with a few different people. Because I went through the dealer's den with on my own at one point. I went through it with Nines and Howitzer. I think I went through it with Seriva for a bit. I went through it with Neko. Did I say that? I don't remember. And I got to meet up with Avis in the dealer's den. I'm sorry, Tangent. You're curious whether a model of familiar Diane would even remotely work in VR chat? Yeah. Yeah, you could get that to work. There are tons of small little avatars, and there are a few quadruped avatars. So, like, if there is a way to build it, I don't know how, but it can be done. You could do some interesting things with VR chat, or with VR chat models. Do I have any images of? I don't think I saved any images of Neko trying on the small cute models. Neko and I were just kind of going around searching for more bases that Neko could use for streams. What is this one? Oh, speaking of quad avatars, this thing. This one, to anyone that has tried it, will recognize it as how you don't do a quad avatar. Because that one has like a weird viewfinder that shows up in the middle of your screen that is like zoomed in or something and always follows the middle of your screen, and it's like it projects it from behind you or something, and it's just extremely disorienting. But also, here's a person that's a Minecraft fox. I imagine that one works a bit better. This wasn't from the convention. This was just from a few people in the library meeting up a while ago. Jesse, I would love to get to meet up with you in... I would love to get to meet up with you in VR chat. I have been told this is one of the good non-tar quad models. I'm still happy with this one. It just, I don't know, it just looks good. I need to, with the update to it, they don't have the option to remove the glowy effect from the horn, so I gotta go back and manually add that back in. You recognize the style of the Yote avatar? What, of the quadruped one? It's by Chaotic Trouble. Do I have any other photos? Were there any photos shared in? Okay, no, this is all before I joined up with them. Oh, so they made Star Shifter. I didn't know that. You know, thinking about it, that makes sense. Thinking about the style of that game. Fortunately, they print on it, disintegrate into dust within 5 washes. Yeah, that happens sometimes. I don't know enough about it to figure out why, but that's why like with my shirts that I sell, after the first batch went out, I ended up switching what brand of like base shirt I used for it, because my original one started disintegrating fairly early on as well. The new shirts seem to hold up better, which I think is good. I really do got to make more shirt designs, though. I have ideas. I just haven't done it yet. You wash inside out? Are you supposed to? Is that a thing? Just looked up Star Shifter. You love the visual style? It's cute. I found it a while ago and added it to my wish list, but I haven't actually done anything. Like, I haven't actually tried it or anything. Okay, that tracker is charged. Let's swap that out for the other ankle charger, or ankle tracker. I just have so much stuff plugged in right now. So I use a different set of headphones for VR, a separate microphone that needs charged separately. Then I have the hip and waist trackers. But while I'm charging those, I also have to make sure my normal headphones don't die. It can help to wash inside out or dry. Huh, I didn't know that. Stop the design smacking against the dryer itself. Oh. I never considered that. I wanted to make some Pride shirt design, like some new Pride shirt designs this year that weren't just like recolors of the same thing, but like actual, like make a trans shirt that had its own design, an MB shirt that had its own design, maybe some that featured my characters in some way, or like kind of like silhouettes of the characters or something, because that's kind of what I excel at when it comes to graphic design. Is I work well in like silhouettes and negative space, which is why the macro compliant thing is the way it is. Come on, load faster. Oh, the entire design is just negative space. You love that one? It is the base one. And can I just say, I like my merch shop. I think it does, like, I like the variety of things it allows me to have. Oh, gonna be back later? Alright, see you, Mal. I like the variety of things it lets me have. All the things I've gotten have been high quality. Especially like compared to something like the Stream Elements shop, where it's just like the only option you had was like stick your logo on a few specific things. Fourth Wall adds a lot of flexibility and stuff, and a lot more options. But gosh darn it, let me hecking combine all of, like, say all the Pride shirts. Let me combine them into one listing and let you choose which of the different Pride colors you get, instead of needing to list a different item for each individual one. Please. I wanted to have one for each Pride flag design, but that takes up so many listings. Void. Should probably start drawing at some point. I feel very bad that I'm going to start drawing right after Mal left for a break. Also, I'm going to do one more distraction. I recently found out that my merch shop lets me hecking make and sell comic pages, or like or not comic pages, but comics through it, or like zines. Or even books, straight up books. Hey, Sigil. Welcome home. We haven't started drawing yet because we've been too distracted talking about, like, the, mostly about ferality and such. Hi, Yuki. Like you weren't able to meet? But we can always meet up at some other time. All right, so I just realized that your pride pins and your pride rings and pronoun pins arrived last week. That's awesome. I have debated on whether or not to get a pronoun pin. I don't know if I'm ever going. I shouldn't say ever, but I don't know if I'm going to anytime soon. But Saffrey's on here. Huh. Did I gotta check something. Okay, yeah. Okay, everything's fine. Heard your name? I since last time you swapped out your dono for the pride icon, I forgot to mark it off on Ko-fi, and I just confused myself, but I've cleared it up. Outer piece gear on Etsy? Alright. I will note that down. Going to the MVA to get your ID renewed and your gender marker changed? Congratulations. That is awesome. You know, I haven't even got my legal name changed. Should do that. I really should. Alright, I am finally grabbing references. We're gonna do the thing. Haven't gotten your legal name changed either, but you do know what you'll go with. You should also do that. Nibbles on the internet router cords. Wait, what is Nibbles doing on the internet router cords? Samantha Nicole, it's just the gender bent version of your legal birth name. Fair. You can let him applying for unemployment let you list alternate names you used while working, because that would have been a mess. I super appreciate when places let you list an alternate name or like a preferred name. Committing nibbles. You haven't even told one of your parents. No, that's fair. That can be hard. Good. I am glad to hear that, Lou. That's one thing I am grateful of for my work, is that I was able to just be like, I would prefer to go by this name now. And I was able to update it in the system. And basically, I don't know if it was just a few people that really pushed everyone else to use it as well, but kind of once I asked for that, everyone just use the proper name. But Runery is showing affection to the router cables right now. No. That is my limb that Runery has rightfully stolen. Runery, can I say, when you feel comfortable drawing again, I do hope I get to see you draw Yolta with their own little pearl at some point. A streamed stream. I don't know, Rune. I just have too many ideas for lore stuff. And I just want to bounce them off you. But I also don't want to push too hard while you're sick. Oh, understood. Just takes your cap and places him in my lap instead. Sierra is full of lore, and so is Rune. I know there's more lore there that I have yet to see. You're full of potential lore, Schrodinger's lore. It exists and it doesn't exist at the same time. Right now, I'm just very... my brain is right now focused on... It still has a focus on Runery and Yolta, and that just has not left me for so long. But also, it is grasping onto Glitch Saber right now. One of these days, you will go on a lore ramble to me. Oh, welcome back, Mel. It'll be like, there's answers to things I didn't even know I had questions to, and now I have even more questions. And you know, I'd be okay with that, because then you'd have an excuse to lore ramble to me again in the future. Because if it isn't obvious, I enjoy lore rambling with those I care about. Real life has so much lore, and you don't see people complain about that too much. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people complain about history class. One of these days, Sierra's gonna befriend one of Runery's characters. And, like, both Runery and Yota, I started off as, should we really be befriending these people? Should we really be trusting them? Are they just gonna betray us later down the road? But both of them have turned out to not be those kind of characters. Eventually, Sierra's gonna befriend one that does just toss her aside when it's convenient. Yesterday you were rambling about the portals after a YouTube short Jesse showed you. You're just going on and on over how broken portals just drag everything. That systems alerts get triggered when something is thrown at the palace or the place they're staying in. That even Yota feels when broken portals get open. Hi, Ziggy Zaff. So just being silly over a broken portal dragging a monster from the Monster Hunter. Or from Monster Hunter, and Runery being like, can I keep that? I mean, to be fair, some of them look like they'd be good big beastie friends. I would have a Toby Kadachi big beastie friend. Lightning dragon? I mean, it is lightning. I guess it would be a dragon. I don't know. I always look at it and just go, yes, the flying lightning mongoose. Hey Luna, how's it going? Mizusune. I feel like I've seen Mizusune, but I can't recall it. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, the bubble noodle. That one has a fun design. Though I haven't gotten to see it yet in any of the games I'm in, so I haven't gotten to... I don't have particularly strong feelings on it. System's just like, no. We have enough pets around counting you as well. No. Rune's not a pet. A child, maybe, but not a pet. Hey, life. Kind of like the Odogaron. I don't know that one. I had to look that one up. Just got done with buying racing your Star Wars game. Season cliffhanger will be if you're... Ah, okay. System being sassy towards everyone, towards almost everyone as a concept always makes you giggle. How sassy is System to Sierra? Okay, yeah, I have not come across that one yet. Hit 106% last time somehow. Overclocking, I guess. System like Sierra, so he behaves. Why does System like Sierra? Because Sierra's... Look, I get Rune thinking that, but why would that be System's opinion? Also, Rune, I want you to know that the other day, one of the thoughts that came to my mind was Sierra seeing System struggling with something, or like something being outdated on System and needing repaired, and System just kind of, or Sierra kind of watching from the distance and being like, you know, if I could just pull out Cat would be able to fix that. Cat's good with computers. Sierra isn't going around breaking walls or knocking down guards like Jesse does, for example. Sierra tends to ask System for help or about things, and he likes getting to answer as he can. With the number of people in that palace, I have to imagine there are some other people that are nice to System. So to be fair, if Cat had access to System's thing, Cat wouldn't just fix it. Cat would upgrade it. and add in experimental features. Especially once Kat learned of the like the magic that's just ambiently present in the palace. Kat would just be like, I fixed it and I upgraded it. Let me show you all the new stuff I added. Castle technically has a town outside of it, so it has people living in the town and others inside the castle. Most of the ones inside the castle are always doing their own thing or causing a disaster. What about Hero? Hero seemed respectful. Oh no, then again, Hero wouldn't like System because System's mean to his little brother. I think Sigil would just be asking for permission on stuff too much. I think the biggest thing that Sierra, the most common thing Sierra asks System for is probably directions. Like, System. Where's the bathroom? Correct, but he is almost always around the guards planning things. Reason of why Runery gets bored as well. He doesn't get to mess with you. Oh, okay. It's fine. Okay, I gotta put in the base of it, draw that line across. You just had an idea over something? Oh god. Is it something that you could share? Or are you only keeping it a secret? When the castle wasn't as big and it didn't have a lot of residents, one of the things Runery would always do was play around with Hero. Hero is Runery's older brother. It like in lore. The price. Oh, your arm hurts for no reason. No, Runery. This is why you don't steal other people's arms. You get the ghost pains. Where's the poll that you... Oh, is it on the Ko-fi page? Ah. No, you're fine. Well, Runery, if you're not going to tell me what your big idea is, just make sure you write it down. And I have to ask, are you going to maintain the enthusiasm for it? Or are you like me where you have enthusiasm for an idea, but if you don't get out right away, it goes away? you said you've had several ideas, and I have no idea what any of them are. So I've just been taking shots in the dark, and making guesses and just putting sticky notes everywhere. Also, can I say that I'm really glad that even though it was a shot in the dark, I'm glad I got Yolta's personality close. The time you mention ideas, you know, is because you have 2 ideas for donuts? Okay. You had a silly thought with Yota, and the other one was making me draw one of the dragons I have. I am looking forward to both of those. Invisible Hello? Landy tube? You're not even going to a question mark? You're just disappearing? Alright, so why... Alright, does that fix it? There we go. Why is it flickering? Sorry, I was hungry. Oh, is the flickering if it blinks up? Oh my gosh. Is it gonna do that for all of these? I forgot to hit studio mode, and I apologize for that. You guys probably couldn't even hear me on that screen. The dragon's tether to this universe is unstable. Technically true. Where will she steal from herself? She will steal from her previous life's self. Eats my coding. No. If you eat my coding, then the plushie will disappear. You love the idea of stealing money to buy something rather than just stealing the thing. That's what Dune does. Dune found some rich noble's house. Snuck in. Took a bunch of stuff. And then used that to buy a fancy sword. Why are we biting the plushie? Hello, Foxy Kai. I thought you were gonna bite Sierra. Like, there's an entire dragon there that has a tough enough hide that you can bite. If you bite the plushie, you're gonna tear the fabric. Welcome back, Partridge. Bites very gently. E. To be honest, you probably shouldn't bite the plush, but for other reasons. What's that? Is the plush also acidic? Urga, are you here? You didn't include any references or tell me which one you wanted. You just said trans flag. The plushie can feel pain? Oh. Yeah, probably don't... Probably don't... Probably don't bite the plushie then. should be 2 paws? What do you mean? What cutting? Thank you, Audie. But yeah, here's the. Let me know which one you want out of these. Trigger displays it. You know, that's fair. I don't know if I could fit 2 paws into it though. I'm not a big person on cuddles, so I'm going to decline that. But I appreciate the compliment. B banner. Okay. And I can probably grab your references from Toy House. Cursor, come on. Alright, then I shall wait. This is the file then. Just taking a second to rename stuff for my future ease. Hey, Sonny, I'm doing all right. How about you? Having a nice show day? Good. What was the final vote? It was probably thievery. Because apparently all of chat just, decided to protest against being called good beans. Thank you, Turga. Just you wait, Turga. One of these days, I'm going to turn you into a glitch saber. All right. I will take a look at that then, Sigil. You're beside yourself in anticipation of the day? Well, that's because you're vibrating too fast. Hello, Greaves. B. I actually had to step away real quick. Then we shall do Turga's flag. Okay, and vocal training. Turga just and rest my eyes. Turga just doesn't want me to. Turga just doesn't want me to draw the thing. Turga's just like, nah, it's my art. We can wait on this. All right, let me do this stuff. Gotta go get water for vocal training. Hi, sis.
Hi, sis.
Trying to sneak in, I see.
Always. Well, I figured sneaking in would be better than jump scaring you with a bark.
I do appreciate that.
Oh my
I would
god,
more
all the
refer-
dragon would just shove your snoot in my hair. Hi, Ruru.
Why am I saying hi? I've been chatting with Ruru,
Good. Rooney is a good bean.
and I've been telling them how proud I am of them for keeping up with the consistent sleep schedule.
Right, I'm proud of them too. Hey,
They've
let me
been
tell
very
you,
consistent
sis.
with it. Makes me happy. But go ahead.
Rooney showed up in my dreams last night in the weirdest manner possible.
Oh,
I don't know why, but in my entire dream that was turning into a night terror was completely sidetracked by me using my phone, finding out a wobble dog fact, and then going, I gotta go find Rooney and tell Rooney. which then proceeded to lead me to entering the dimension where all asparagus comes from, to walk up to Runery, who just looked over at me, the full-on character, and I was like, wobble dogs, and then I woke up in a cold sweat.
I want to be able to see, like, I've never had dreams where, like, I see someone's character, like their persona. I only ever have mundane real life stuff. I want to be able to see Runery the character in however my brain would translate that to realistic enough for a dream.
The way mine looked was based on the drawings you've done of Rooney, but you know, I feel like that makes sense because that's where I most often see Runery.
Well, that makes sense.
I've built up to seeing people in my dreams. I remember at first it was always vague figments or like, I knew somebody because it was just their eyes. Like, I distinctly remember they did not have a body. I was just looking at their eyes and my brain's like, yeah, that's what Eli looks like.
Like, I had a dream last night that wasn't human, but it was explicitly VR chat. Like, the style of VR chat, the controls of VR chat. I was essentially dreaming that I was in VR. Not that, like, I existed within VR, but that I, the human, had on the VR headset and was doing something in VR. And I'm just like, come on, brain.
I mean, listen, I try not to understand dreams because Clam Nightmare was a thing.
I'm still just adjusting to the fact that I'm starting to... I still can't remember most of my dreams, but I wake up with a little bit of leftover feeling from them, making it more clear that I did have them since starting progesterone.
Isn't it weird starting to have dreams?
And I had to wonder if I had started taking like melatonin or something else that puts you to sleep, if it would have done the same thing.
There's a whole lot of factors with that, and if I'm gonna be blunt, we barely understand the function of dreams and how they actually are visualized. Like, there's leading theories, but we only vaguely understand it. Oh, also, yes, hello to everybody that I missed, because I went on my rant about the asparagus universe.
And yes, Yuki, I started progesterone like 5 or so days ago. Might have been a week now.
And I'm still proud of you.
E.
Shoots you with my gun that instantly makes you realize how proud of you I really am.
Oh, my sister is proud of me. Also, I've been shot.
Listen, I still someday want to get a dono of you with the idea I have of a mod weapon for you, and it's a silly foam sword, but I put a lead pipe inside of it. I don't know, I'm just obsessed with the idea of soft, squeaky, toy-looking weapons that are actually very, very dangerous.
I know when Jessie is in your dreams, because it's always you asking her if she wants to do something with you, and she goes no and then disappears.
Oh my god.
Your brain... I feel like your brain is just taking advantage of your fears at that, like, of any fears that you might have at that point. Your brain needs to stop doing that. Treat Ruru better.
Right. I've got this weird thing going on where I find safety in the people I care about, and my brain has slowly learned to begrudgingly accept this fact. So on occasion I will start to have a night terror, and my brain's like, quick, throw someone at Pup that Pup cares about. Here, have this critter. And then I'm like, oh boy, distraction! And then the night terror doesn't happen. Sierra is notorious for popping up, and so is Foxbird.
Good.
Yee.
Foxbird in your dream is good. Probably.
Although, more often than not, the way that you get a hold of me in the dream to prevent the night terror is I usually get a text. Which, you know, that is the way we communicate the most, to be fair. Oh, sorry about that, Rooney. I was hungry. Oh wait, Ruru, do you like fishing?
Also, Ruru, when you word it like that, it sounds silly, but that sounds so anxiety-inducing just to have happen over and over. Because that, at least personally, that's stuff I've experienced. And my brain also likes to remind me of that fact anytime it can. So I am very sorry.
I'm glad that somebody's already clipped me explaining the asparagus situation. I was DM'd a clip of it.
Was it Diane?
No, it was Tangent this time.
Oh, okay.
Diane does get some good clips, though.
Diane gets very good clips.
She's just a good heckin' bean. On the list of people I see, and then my brain goes +1 serotonin. You know, that's fair, Rooney. If I ever got the chance, I would offer to take you fishing and bring my big silly picnic basket with us. Listen, I just want an excuse to use my my picnic basket. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Understood. Are we flying Rune to the US?
Understandable. If this happens, you know what's gonna have to happen?
I'm
gonna have to
give,
offer. What's that?
I'm gonna have to give Rune a hug.
I mean, with permission, I was more so gonna say we have to offer Rune one of the flop zones and then just bury Rune in a bunch of plushies and a weighted blanket.
The chance that the dream will cause stress and anxiety mostly for the dreams, whereas when you're trying to escape labs and such.
Oh, I'm very familiar with those ones.
I am
You
so
okay?
sorry to both of you.
I hate the ones where you know you need to run and your brain doesn't explain why, and instead your brain's like, what if I just gave you anxiety instead of explaining?
Well, my brain does that when I'm awake.
God same. That was me earlier. Yeah, I got distracted and I went to Little.
Every time you say that, I think my brain automatically fills in Little Caesars. And then I have to be like, nope, nope, nope.
I mean, I'd be fucking stoked if I got to go to Little Caesars. When you... Is pizza.
Pizza good.
Pizza
So,
good.
I cannot have too much pizza anymore. My body doesn't... I like pizza. My body doesn't like pizza too much anymore.
Same. I'm just happy I figured out the secret to good homemade pizza, and that's washing your cheese.
Yeah, I didn't see most of that conversation in Ghost Server. I just saw as like, no, because here we have better food standards. And I'm just like, yes, that's probably true.
I like that directly after Ghost said that, the first response was someone saying, nah, we find that shit at Tesco. Hi, Diane.
Hi, Diane.
Would you like me to explain why I washed my cheese? Seth,
What?
would you like to know why I washed my cheese?
You want to save that for when for one of the VRB breaks?
Yes. No, 5th page.
What? Oh. What happened?
Mal.
I am looking at Discord. What's up? Also, apparently my page thing broke.
Ow.
or its art, or its sculpture is love.
All right, hold on. I gotta.
That is no worries.
I gotta go take care of something on someone else's account as well, real quick.
Mm-hmm. I will be here. I will be queer, and I'm still a relatively big fan of deer. They're pretty cool.
Uh,
Hmm?
People that are different have a shot at being original.
I was requested to do something, but
You know, they got motivation.
Oh, fair. Hey, Blaze. Oh, I hate those dreams, Rune. Escape dreams cut short are the worst. They give so many very not friendly emotions.
also hi, Blaze. Why did my page thing stop working though? Again.
I was gonna say, didn't it stop working in the past too, technically? Because I
Yeah,
remember the last time.
it has done so. I think it just only. I think you have to reauthorize it every so often, but it gets used so rarely that I forget about it.
Oh, that makes sense.
And by the time it's actually needed, it has been unauthorized again.
Yeah.
Because I know Sammy needs reauthorized every like 60 days or something.
I did not know that, so thank you. I appreciate this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sis, let me send you. Actually,
Hmm?
I have that yet. I'll send that to you. Remind me after stream to send you a thing.
All right. Oh,
By
and
which I
Yuki,
mean I'm going to type into the chat because I know that that will probably be like 8 hours away.
that's valid. And Yuki, I will explain all that when there is a BRB, okay? Oh, yes, I would greatly appreciate that, actually. No.
You have made the rune angry. Rune's gonna start biting me more.
Rune is ruining the decision to trust chat.
No, no,
Ruining
do not give Rune more trust stuff.
No.
Another invisible one. Well, I guess this track is just gone.
Oh, goodbye.
You figure out. Well, I know why, but
Goodbye, stir.
I don't know why it's happening.
Fair. Oh, anything.
Let me just try refreshing Landy.
You know, we could all use a refresh sometimes.
Did I move the files around? I didn't. Why does it make you giggle so much? Oh, it showed up there for a second?
Making Runery giggle is good. Ruger has a cute giggle.
Runery does have a cute giggle. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, anything.
I got to say my brain is made of soup line earlier.
I heard that. I was walking up to the shower, and I just heard, to quote my sister, my brain is made of soup. And I was like, God, same.
Okay. Let me find...
Have some good foods.
Yeah, some of them seem to have just unloaded, so I have to go in and, like, tell it, like, hey, there should be an image here. But not all of them do, so I don't know why. It's just strange.
Sand was never meant to think. I did not see your response, Partridge, where I was in the shower.
Grip check. Thank you, Turga.
Do you ever think back to those snacks that people had as kids and they're considered normal, but as an adult, you're just like, how did we consider that edible? I'm specifically referring to all the puddings and stuff that did not need refrigeration, but clearly were made with dairy.
Well, I don't know of those, I don't think.
You know, that's fair.
Turga doesn't have necklace, but Turga does have collar.
All are important.
Collar is the source of Turga's power.
You know, same? Now, Diane, is the collar the source of your power, or is the hat the source of your power? You know, fair. I had to ask that one. That one was important.
Yeah, the collar for Diane is just like bonus points.
In reality, my hoodie is the secret to my power because it makes me more comfortable with my body, and therefore I get stronger.
In reality, the secret to my power, I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Diane.
It used to be just I could joke that my power was actual physical strength. I can't do that anymore.
You are still stronger than most people. You just have to be careful.
Well, I am for now, but if I can't lift stuff, that's gonna go away.
Well, luckily, estrogen makes it easier to keep that muscular mass.
Which still baffles me.
Yeah, the human body is fucking weird.
Like, isn't that one of the whole things is that like transitioning tends to lessen your muscles?
There's a lot of fear around it, but I actually haven't found any conclusive studies on the matter, admittedly.
Fair. Like, hey, don't get me wrong, I'm also still just in general a big person.
Well, yeah, you're my big sister.
And
Da-da-da.
Nines is and this is where if Nines were in chat, Nines would speak up. But
I don't have one of those.
friendly reminder, you powerful perceivers of plushies, pride emotes, and pubs are all loved and appreciated. Your feelings are valid. You're doing your best, and if the character limit wasn't so small, I'd write a ton more stuff. Words cannot describe how amazing you all are. Please make sure you all drink water, eat food, and relax with these sweet beans. I love you all.
Thank you, Blaze. So what it is, Diane, is there's a lot of worry of a muscle mass deterioration, when in reality, lower amounts of testosterone make it harder to build muscle, so you won't be able to get stronger than you currently are easier. There is a trend of losing a small amount of strength, usually fairly insignificant, but as long as you are keeping up with your regular every day-to-day task, Diane, there should be almost no difference, if any at all.
Yeah,
And if you do less, you may show some loss of muscle mass, but it will not be huge amounts. You're not instantly going to crumple into paper.
you see, one of my big things with transition, when I started transitioning, was the concern, like, on the muscle loss in my job. I was just like, yeah, if I lose too much, I'm going to think I'm as strong as I was before. And I'm going to lift something thinking I can lift it and not be able to, and I'm going to hurt myself. Yeah, it turns out it wasn't the transitioning that did that. It was the hecking bronchitis.
Yeah. Bronchitis is way worse than people think.
Because that is exactly what happened, is that I was at half strength. Also, Cloudorus, thank you for the follow. Cloud Arrest.
Sounds comfy.
But yeah, because I was at half strength, basically. I even though they were short shifts, I couldn't get to the end without just crashing to the point where I could barely lift my feet. I couldn't lift things that I normally could. But I felt I needed to show that I still wanted the job because of the whole thing with them thinking I quit, then giving it back. So I was pushing myself harder to still be able to perform like I normally could. Especially since for like the first week or so back, my manager had been really like patient with me and let me go home early because I was crashing so hard towards the end. But I was just like, okay, no, today we're just going to push through. We're going to do the stuff. And then on that day, we got a lot of heavy stuff. And so I did that. I pushed through. And I herniated 2 of my discs. Because the muscle strength wasn't there to fully support and protect them. Sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, you're okay. I was gonna say, see, Blaze, I didn't need transitioning to reach that point. I'm just built different. My body.
How's
is
everyone
so
doing? I'm doing
functional.
pretty well.
I'm doing good.
I am grumping about how my job has just basically destroyed my body over the last decade. But otherwise, I'm doing good. I want out of this job.
No, that's valid. If I find out the USPS system works awesome, I might recommend it to you.
Yeah, the thing is, though, that if I do something like USPS, I'm not going to be able to do it the few hours that I do, and then also stream.
No, that makes sense.
Because streaming, I still want to keep up with streaming as my primary income source. I enjoy it. I think a lot of people have come to like the streams have just become a regular part of their routine, and it's something they find comfortable to have as kind of like a constant, which I already feel bad that I have to cancel them so much for physical therapy and stuff. That's unavoidable.
Yeah, honestly, they've become a regular part for me, but just in a very different way than everybody else. Oh no, I like invading your streams and just hanging out with you and chitter-chattering with everybody.
There's not many people I allow to do it,
Yeah,
but you are one of them. Rune is one of them, but Rune is sick, so...
I don't know. I like time with my sister, and I vibe well with you.
Good.
Yub.
Streams. I am sorry, Ruru. If you would like, I can change that. I can update it from Runery is one of the people that are invited to. Ruru is one of the people that are mandatory.
Oh my god.
What?
You're just cute. The way you two interact, it's adorable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
On the other topic, can I huff about huff real quick, just overall about the damage that my job has done to my body over the years?
You know what?
I have had back surgery once before. I have had MRSA in my wrist. Both my knees are just heckin' worn out from just repeated impacts hundreds of times a day. And every single one of these is from my job.
Yeah.
And now I have herniated discs again, and it's from my job. And I'm just like, I've had this job for 12 years. But at this point, I'm just like, it's gotta be something else. Or it gotta be another way to get insurance at the very least.
Well, that makes perfect sense to me. I have different but similar gripes about the field I used to work in, just leaving my body in shambles.
Just complain of your voice, but now that the heckin' cough has it messed up, you're just like, I miss my squeakiness, give it back. I actually really like your voice, Runery.
Same. Rune, I blame you for the fact that I went out of my way to see if I could do the hello thing, because it was just really cute, and I was like, oh, I love that. I wonder if I can do that.
It's like, you seem to really enjoy doing the silly noises as well.
My brain is functioning so hard right now.
How did you get it to do that? Mine does not.
Admittedly, yours might be functioning like mine right now then.
Oh.
Fair, Rune. I'm still excited for the silly prospect of once your voice is a little bit better, just going back and forth with you repeatedly. It makes my brain happy.
I just want to have Rune on so I can chat with Rune, or maybe not even on stream. I just want to chat with Rune, even if it's before Rune's voice recovers. And I know that's not fair to Rune, but I miss getting to talk with Rune. It was fun.
Fair. Rune is a sweetheart, so I can imagine.
Ruru is friend.
Ruru, good. There's a reason what was that?
I will take the Ruru. I will squish the Ruru.
Fair.
I will... I don't know, place on Sierra's tail.
Gently, the Ruru. I'm getting sent cursed cooking questions and having to inform people when they're sadly correct or sadly incorrect.
Rune, can you do me a favor? When you get that Switch, send me your friend code, if you're comfortable doing so, and let me know what games you're getting.
OSS.
Hmm.
I may or may not potentially have started a new Rise profile to help someone else, so if you ever end up playing Rise, I've got a low-level character.
I'm probably gonna play it a bit on the PC just to learn it a bit.
Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense.
Just because I've heard that a lot of the weapons were changed.
They were all expanded upon, is how I will put it.
Okay.
Like, a lot of them were definitely changed, but usually for the purpose of expanding their functionality.
I do look forward to Wilds, since it sounds like it has a stronger similarity to World, but I am not holding my reservations too much because I haven't tried Rise yet.
Yeah,
I need to go into the settings of Rise and be like, okay, give me an option to turn off all the all the elemental effects, please. I know it's not there, but I still want to try.
I can say it will be a little easier with less total people on screen.
That too. I will probably stick to doing like either probably not solo, but just like small groups, 2 or 3 at most.
Or if you ever end up doing 4, my advice is specifically ask folks to on brain. Oh, specifically to take off their dog or cat potentially. That way you don't have 8 people on screen.
Yeah, but is that my position to tell people to take away parts that they probably enjoy?
Fair.
I don't want to make them enjoy the game less by playing with me.
That makes sense. I do the opposite.
What's that?
I like taking off my dog and proving to people that my gun lance is as fast as their dog.
Oh.
I can explode.
I just, I don't know. I have a charge blade. I'm not very good at it, but I'm getting better.
Charge stir.
I get knocked over a lot, but I do my best.
I will say, I wouldn't say you're not good anymore. I'd say you're actually pretty decent at Churchblade nowadays. Listen, I played with a lot of people online. You are pretty decent, sis. I'm gonna be blunt.
I've only been playing for like a few weeks.
Yeah, but you're actually someone who adapts and learns, and that's really important for Monster Hunter. It is vital, even.
Sorry, my brain just went back to yesterday where apparently my gameplay gave off the impression I had no idea what I was doing.
I don't think it gave that impression. I have other opinions. I don't know, you adapt quickly, and if you run into a monster that you're immediately not doing well against, the way you play gradually changes and adjusts for the monster, rather than trying to use the same tactics and repeatedly failing. And that's probably one of the hardest learning curves about Monster Hunter.
Fair, but I'm still at the relatively early game. I'm sure there will be ones that I have harder time adapting to.
Yeah, and that's the challenge of the series.
I don't want to get it in my head that I am good at it.
I would say you are decent. I would say it's okay to toot your own horn, but you still haven't learned hunting horn yet.
I want to, though. But I also know, like, talking with people, it's just like, it sounds like unless you really know what you're doing, the hunting horn just doesn't have an advantage over just having another person dealing damage.
So I can say in World, yes. In Rise, hunting horn becomes a lot more self-sufficient.
I heard that, but what I'm playing right now is World.
Yeah.
I don't know if, like, did they simplify down the horn in Rise, or like, I don't know. Part of the appeal there was just because, like, it was the weapon that not many people used, and I wanted to learn to use it well. But is that still the case in Rise, if it has been expanded upon so much?
It got a spike in popularity at the very beginning, but then everybody went over to longsword, so it's still relatively unpopular. But
Okay.
it's a lot easier to use because, bluntly, they just reworked it. There is the ability later on to go back to the old styling, but it is closer to a complete rework of the system than a buff to the system.
Okay.
I'm just glad we're not back in the Freedom Unite days, where it didn't show your notes on screen and you had to go to the pause menu to check anytime you forgot your notes. Those were bad days.
Jesse sent you that money? Good.
Good.
Talk to one of your sisters and send her the money, see if she can grab it. Between the 14th and 17th this month. Yes! I get to definitely not bully the rune.
You bullying runery?
I would never.
No, never.
I still gotta finish that conversation comic between Rune and Sierra. I got distracted by Sierra chatting with Yolta. And I want to draw more of that too. I want to draw that idea that I told both of you about.
good. I want to see it. Selfishly, I would like to see it.
Yolta is a patient being.
Yolta is patient.
They will wait.
I love it. I just picture it in the most confident. I can wait. I am patient.
And when I shared it with Rune said that my thought process behind it was pretty accurate. So
Resisting the urge to say accurate stir.
I forgot how many little details Turga has.
I adore Turga's sauna.
He is a good Sona.
Oh, that reminds me. Turga's actually coming over in a couple weeks.
I heard.
Yeah, Turga's gonna come out for a week, and I'm gonna give Turga pizza as big as my fucking forearm. And also give Turga the shirt that she left at my house over a year ago.
I guess in a way, Sierra's design is getting a bit more complicated, like getting more details to it as well, with the little nanite effects and the halo and such.
I love how you look with the halo, though. It's so cute.
Well, now we have a reasoning for why it would happen.
Yep.
Also, hello, Evert.
Hello.
Yeah, not Runery. Yolta wanted to try participating in this whole gifting thing. Have a good night, life.
Delightfully pure way for it to be handled. It makes my heart happy.
I had to, like, my original assumption was that Yolta hadn't received, like, been given gifts before, but I had to confirm that with Runery before I drew the comic page. Otherwise, it could have been just a, well, it's fun and all, but Yolta knows what, like, Yolta's gotten gifts before. But it just meant that I got to do the little... a gift. Interesting. Wouldn't friend be considered a gift? I still don't know the motivation there. It is possible, honestly quite likely, that friend was given to Sierra less as a gift and more as a benefit to Yolta, because friend has a job to do out there, which is closing portals. But also, part of the thought process of the whole thing was that Yolta had a bit of difficulty, because Yolta wasn't super familiar with gifts, was that maybe Yolta didn't quite, or felt that they should give something back because they didn't quite grasp the difference between a gift and an exchange. It's just like, okay, well, I've been given something, therefore I need to give something back, right?
Am I allowed to say friend is a gift, but to society and all of us?
Also, a gift to chat from Draw for Coffee, because Draw for Coffee insisted I add it, is the new emote that's been added to the list of emotes.
Oh, let me take a peep. Now is a bad time to have aphantasia and look at the list and try and remember what used to be there.
Yes, that one.
Tail jail.
Yeah. I Coffee was talking for some reason about like just putting Jitter's big tail on someone, and I sent that sticker to her. She said, oh, "Is that an emote? Can I use that?" And I said, "It's not an emote on Twitch. I don't know if it would shrink down well, and I don't know if anyone would use it." And Coffee was just like, "I would use it all the time. You should make that. A an emote." So it is now emote.
That's so delightfully Coffee.
When he falls asleep under the tail. Ah, yes. The ASD behavior.
I love pressure and weight. There's sometimes when Foxbird's in bed and I will just crawl up on the bed and flop full force weight atop Foxbird. And I'm like, is this fine? And Foxbird's like, I like the weight.
I think Serbia has done similar to me.
Right and proper. Oh yeah, on the other note, I also get to see Vix this weekend.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
I am going to be visiting my family over the second half of the week, which will mean no streams. They're coming down to my state for a little bit.
Oh, I didn't know they were headed down to... Oh, I do remember now. I hope you have a good time still. I hope things
Thank
go
you.
okay.
It should. It's the
They should.
side of the. It's the side of the family that is a lot more supportive.
I'm really glad too. I know the other side is also supportive, but my interaction with that side of the family was an interesting one.
I'm so sorry. Still,
It's okay. It could not have gone more catastrophically hilarious. It went wrong, but in like a kind of funny way.
just like get the gender right every time until it matters.
First meeting with your mom. Oh, how's this gonna go? Her gets it right once the entire day. And it's not even talking to us.
If you were to get a pride icon, could you get a second one after I finish the first? Yes. You'd have to wait in the queue at like normal, but you could. Oh no, it didn't save it.
What didn't?
Oh no, it didn't save it. Heck.
What happened?
Because Because the because Clip Studio didn't close down properly. Something that I had moved somewhere last time. Okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, I found them again. Oh, nope, that was the wrong one. Need the waters. Yeah, okay, there it is. Everything's fine. Don't listen to anyone that says otherwise. Hi, Junie.
Hey, Junie. No, you did not miss the BRB, Yuki.
Things are fine? Yes, things are fine. Aside from the fact that I drew those in the wrong spot.
I just realized something weird.
Hmm.
I got art from you twice before I even knew you.
Oh?
There was the doodle of me banana posing and playing video games. And then there was the Secret Santa gift, because the Secret Santa gift was like a day before I met you.
Oh.
Yeah, because I got it right before my birthday, and then I met you the day after my birthday, which means you were a late birthday present. Because you were indeed a gift in my life.
Aw.
Yeah. Oh, did I tell you I found a way to help avoid me overheating and getting sunburn, but also it makes me look like a vampire?
Is it the parasol?
Yeah, because it just casts a black shadow over me at all times.
You appear to have a little bit of sunburn according to your animation program?
Thank you for eating, Lou.
Good. You're there.
I don't know, I feel like the slight spatter of that also kind of adds to the punk vibe of Turga. Punky.
You defined 16 colors. Forgot transparency counts as a 17th color. Oh.
Hello.
Oh. Oh, I see. But also, that is looking quite neat so far. Drinking Monster at 6 p.m. I could go for heckin' energy drink right now. I'm eepy.
I just realized I opened an energy drink I got from Little, and then proceeded to leave it in the car.
I've done that.
Listen, at least I opened it, so it's not gonna be an incident like the Pepsi bomb.
Yeah, fair.
You okay, sis?
I'm just a little bit eepy.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, you're look. Look, Judy, yours is going to look so much better than any of mine do.
Oh, Partridge. I'm used to living in the north, where the dangerousness is your car gets so cold that like a soda can explode in the winter. But unfortunately, I live in the south now, so I forgot one in the summer, which I'm used to being like, oh, now it's a little warm. Incorrect. I blew up a Pepsi by leaving my car in the sunlight.
I'm not imposter syndroming on you. I've seen what your old one looks like, and I know that you have a lot more planned for this one. And that's way more than any of my individual models have. And even just the work in progress already looks really cool. Eat the eepiness, but then there will be nothing left.
Ouroboros. Yeah,
Don't bonk me. Look, this was not even finished. This was not colored or anything. Oh, this was actually not supposed to be colored, but it doesn't even have the head pats on it.
the only person head-battable right now is Rune. Oh wait, no, I don't even see the option. I can't. Nope, there's the Pat Rooney button.
I was gonna say, it should be there. You're about to make a joke, but you'll refrain. I'm curious. But yeah, Junie, I look forward to seeing that when it's done. Okay, this one is unfinished. Thank you, RNG, for proving my point. I'm a message on Kofi. I am about to go check for the DM now.
Voy.
I know that was a yawn, but it sounded like a voice, so...
Yeah. I hope you know. I don't know if you... Were you there for the last Jackbox?
No.
Voy was the answer so many times.
Oh?
Yes, for stuff like, if you got a hold of Kit's PA, what is the first thing you would do? Voy. Or like, last night, there was the or night before last, there was the garlic phone prompt. Fear and flow stuck in an infinite Voy loop.
Oh. I don't know how. I don't know how my pronoun became everything that it is.
We got silly with it.
Just like... I'm starting to wonder if people now associate it more with the Sierra pronouns or more just with saying voy randomly. Neither is bad.
Why not both? Oh, we all also tried You Don't Know Jack, and I don't think anybody liked that one.
What was that?
No, it was You Don't Know Jack.
Oh, what's that?
It's another trivia one, except it insults you.
Oh.
I got the first one wrong, and they're like, "Are you an effing idiot? You didn't effing know that?" And I was like, "Oh,
Did
I
it
feel
did it actually
yes."
So- oh. Huh. Also, chat is filled with voy, so therefore like Hey sis, is your Sammy running?
I can boot up my Sammy.
Please do.
Sammy is booted.
Cool. I just need to go over and
Oh, you want me to do it?
no, I want to do it.
Fair. Admittedly, the fact you're streaming today is one of the reasons why I want to stream today.
Well, I'll be streaming all day, so
Yeah, I don't know what I want to stream today.
I don't know. I see Rune wants a specific thing.
Oh my god, yes, I could stream Wobble Dogs. I've actually gotten multiple people requesting me to stream that more, but the majority of them don't actually know the name of the game. So they're like, the block dog game, the really long dog game, that one fucked up dog game, and I'm like, this is all the same game.
You should create a poll. It's like, what do I play next time? And just put all 4 of those options. Hold on. Hold on. No, actually, I'm going to do that.
Oh my god.
Where is Twitch? Where is Twitch? New poll. Which game? What are the options? Long dog game?
Square dog game, weird dog game, and fucked up dog game. Whichever one wins, I will make my stream title for the day. Biblically accurate dog game.
There you go. Oh, Partridge is just gonna take the fun out of it.
Oh.
Sorry, sis. I didn't think about that when enabling additional points.
No, that makes sense.
Let me restart it with that turned off.
Honestly, I just feel validated in the fact that Wobble Dogs is the entire reason I started Twitch, because people were like, oh, you know, if you played that on Twitch, I'd watch, and, you know, people do. I don't know why they do, but they sure do. I still think my proudest Wobble Dogs moment is either the pasta incident or the particle accelerator, because everyone knows that the P in particle stands for puppy dog.
Alright, no additional votes. That way people can't just force a 4-way tie or something.
There. Also, I'm once more putting cursed images in the library.
Yeah, because sorry, go ahead.
What were you saying?
Just if people were to push it to a tie, which I always forget that there are people that like doing that, then there just wouldn't be an answer for you to choose for your stream title.
You know, that's fair. And you do, Rune. Actually, have I shown you Daydream's biblically accurate Wobble Dogs?
Sorry, what was that?
I'm seeing if I can re-find the images Daedry drew of biblically accurate wobble dogs. Oh, understandable, Diane. It was definitely saying a lot about my chewing stem, but all I can think of when I look at the particularly shiny wobble dogs is they look like they'd be very pleasant to chew on. They look like squeaky toys.
Yeah, Junie, I want to see more updates as you go.
There we go. I had to find the biblically accurate wobble dog to send to Rue.
Why in the world doesn't OBS scale to sound plugin show up inside OBS? Scale to sound?
Wait.
You were like, what's cursed about the image? It's just strawberry with cream on top. That sounds tasty. Then you looked at it again and saw the thing in the middle of it.
I posted a hot dog stuffed strawberry.
Huh.
I'd try it.
You don't know what that noise was? What noise? Wait, what noise?
Oh no!
Moonpaw, thank you so much for the 14 months of subscription. You've been visited by the Fluffy Fox. Welcome in, Fluffy Fox.
Oh, I did yawn.
Oh, the float yawn. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm just
Look,
waiting
my
until my
sister is
energy
cute.
drink. Oh, thank you. You're also cute.
I don't know what to do with this knowledge.
Well, you are Thou. So, I know it's because there's 3 seconds of delay between me hearing you and you showing up on chat or on stream chatting. But me saying you are Thou and then a moment later Thou opening her mouth silently and then closing it is somehow fitting.
Oh,
Hey,
people in
Rooney,
chat have found each other.
I see that. Rooney, I have a bad idea for you. This, you should be concerned.
Oh, what's the bad idea?
The bad idea is instead of void beasts or void creatures turning into big monstrous demonic dragon things, have them turn into biblically accurate messed up wobble dogs.
Do I spend your channel points to make a silly reference that is in your brain at the moment? I vote yes, but that is up to you.
Same. I want to see biblically accurate Yolta wobble.
I want to see. I will someday pay Rune to draw like a full void creature version of Sierra, so I could just have Sierra be like, oh, so that's what it does. Or like, oh, that's what they meant by side effects. Or something like that.
I'm gonna drag you and Ruru inside of my pearl, and all 3 of us are gonna look like wobble dogs and just
Oh my
stare at
gosh.
each other sadly and be like, I messed up.
I can't believe Junie's on a higher version of OBS than I am. I really need to update.
Oh, apparently I'm on the highest version out of all of us.
I'm on 24.1.3.
Oh, I'm on 30.1.2.
Fuck, I actually backed up my stuff this morning so I could update it, and then I forgot.
Oh my god. Did you take your meds?
Excellent question. Yeah, the only thing in there is progesterone, so yeah.
Okay, good. I just remembered you were EP and I was like, oh heck. Understandable, Diane. I'm morbidly curious.
Fox Rule 325. Oh, majestic. A fox is a fox, even in a dream. I feel like I've heard that before.
Rules have been updated.
Oh yeah, Fox rules have been updated.
I have no idea who this person in my recommended channels is, but according to their activity thingy, it just says dog. And me too, buddy. Me too.
Well, yeah, we have to just put like a label on you that says dog so people don't think you're a sheep.
It literally, though. Oh my god, can I say I've been tempted to get Flowfru drawn in one of those anxiety dog vests? Warning, anxious.
Aw.
Weird dog game it is. I will update my thingy.
I feel bad because I've given Junie a hard time about not updating stuff in the past. But I'm super unupdated on things right now because last time I tried updating Sammy, everything literally broke and I had to go through a whole effort to fix it because I didn't back it up beforehand. Yeah, it turns out that I don't think that was Sammy. I think that's something to do with my computer because I just tried updating it again this morning. Thankfully, after backing it up this time. And the exact same thing happened where after I updated, the software Sammy just would not boot. So I think if I want to update, I actually have to install it fresh and import everything back over, which is going to be a bit of a pain, but is doable. Oh god, I hope I can do it in a way that keeps all the button IDs. No, that should be fine because I name my buttons, so it won't be going off numbers.
Hey, Dazzle.
Hey, Dazzle. Like, I love Sammy. I love Sammy a lot. But sometimes I just want to take Sammy and shake it.
Oh, I forgot to say good morning to somebody.
I need to post a meme in your server, and I'm so sorry, sis. You know that one meme that's like, hot local singles in your area? There's one of an energy drink in a car that says, meet hot local energy drinks in your car's center console. Red Bull just sent you a message. I am quite warm and unpleasant.
OBS is currently being used by Discord and Google Chrome? Huh. I don't know.
It seems everybody has soup brain.
I wish I had soup, then I could have had something that I could have easily eaten this morning.
Oh yeah, did you eat your leftovers?
I don't remember, but that's been like a week or so now, hasn't it?
I don't remember. I should send you more soup mixes as a care package. Anyways, I'll be right back. I need to go get the hot local energy drinks in my car center console. Because it's been there for like an hour and a half now.
Okay. You just don't let it explode. But yeah,
Luckily it's already
there's-
opened, so it's
there's
probably very warm and fizzless.
I
What was that?
accidentally gave Runery Sierra horns for a moment. And now I want to draw Runery with Sierra horns at some point.
Ooh, that would be cute.
Like, they're not even like Sierra shaped versions of Runery's horns, they're just Sierra horns. Horn swap AU. Well, Runery's horns are like a specific lore thing, so I don't think. I mean, if Sierra starts getting horns for the same reason, then we're in trouble. Because that means we're on a very specific timeline. That means we are on this timeline. Which we don't want to be on this timeline. Regardless of how cool people might think it looks. We have gotten past this. Kind of. Yes, no. Look, the stuff I'm still drawing with Runery mostly takes place before, but the updated Sierra design is going to take place after. Sierra's still stuck in the castle. And I still want to know what the idea that Ruru has with the nanites is. But I think Ruru's just not gonna tell me. That timeline is scary? Oh yeah, that's the point of that timeline. The timeline will come at some point. It already has. Oh,
Right.
Hi, Sevens.
I am back.
Sevens is somewhere Oh, yeah, Nines. I was actually considering that exact same thing, the Dragon Speed. Like, here, Sevens, you can have this one. Because the dragon purged it from the pearl. Also, welcome back. It's the only one I think that the dragon has purged from the pearl, just so that there's no remnants of it left over.
Like, I just had to double check a thing.
Hello, Imp Camper.
Hello.
Let's see. Rune hair goes like this.
Hey.
Like,
Oh, sorry. That was a muscle spasm.
oh. You alright?
Yeah, I'm okay. Those just happen occasionally, like every couple hours or so. It's a neck thingy. I usually remember to mute before I make a sound, but unfortunately my default sound has slowly become voice. It is part of my idle animation, apparently.
Runery Plush is angry? Yeah, cause chat took the orb. I still like the idea that Nanite Cosmic Dragon just basically adopts universes that were incomplete or just never developed fully to the like to have anything within it that was capable of becoming a dragon for it. Either whether that universe just never gained sentient life or just it did but nothing ever met those qualifications. Runery is the one that sabotaged the crane? Why did Runery do that? Why would Runery do that? Runery likes the orb. Ruru, I don't understand.
Surely nothing bad will happen if you give one of those orbs to somebody.
I mean, those I've only given one to someone.
Fair.
To Yolta, because Yolta is already a creature that watched over not quite a universe, but an equivalent close enough that Cosmic Dragon's just like, yeah. This is someone that could handle this.
Someone close enough to a godlike entity.
Oh, they are definitely a godlike entity. I just don't think, quote unquote, the reality, as it's called, counts as a universe. It's like the empty space in between worlds or something like that.
Makes sense.
Why am I so snarfly?
But it has no color and anything, so Sierra's just like, here, have some color of your own. And just utilizes friend, like the occasional Yolta checkup with friend.
It is important to check in on friend.
Yolta just like, or Yolta makes friend, and like 5 minutes later, it's just like, oh, I'm gonna have to make sure I do regular checkups on this one.
Oh, I'll get the shout out ready.
Evie, well, thank you for letting me know, but you spoiled the surprise. Like, I don't know. I think it's fun to let them to be surprised by raids. Reality is technically a very big place, and if it was to fill itself to the top with the dripping void matter, it could fracture and start infecting other worlds. Oh.
That seems safe. That seems fine.
Would Sierra be able to help with that? Being another similar being that has at least some access to void stuff then? Or would Sierra just make things worse? I don't know. Also, Martin, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How did your, did you get past level 1? You have come from a gold? I don't have much gold.
Hi, Martin.
Hi, Martin. Hi, Sonic. Hello, Megatonics. Asher Sketch. The Gatekeeper Official, thank you for the follow. Nurse Nikki. And the Gatekeeper Official. Got quite far, but everyone launched you off edges and you lost all your lives. Anyone that doesn't know Martin has some of the just fun vibe streams.
Martin is a delight.
Very chill, very supportive, very like encouraging you to make sure you take care of yourself. She plays Pokemon sometimes, or I say sometimes, but often. I believe you were doing Crash Bandicoot with crowd control today, right? Does Pokemon, other things, and a lot of shiny hunting. Was it yesterday that you got the was it yesterday you got the shiny with the
Sorry.
with the rare mark? And you named it just Scammer? That was yesterday? Shiny and rare mark. Martin's a good bean.
Can I say?
Go check out his channel if you haven't.
There's
Sorry,
a
go
lot
ahead.
of. I was just gonna say, there's a lot of different beams who I like go out and I'll lurk on their streams quietly and stuff like that. I usually wake up around when Martin starts streaming, and when I'm too lazy to get out of bed and just recovering from the trauma that is waking up from sleep, I usually just enjoy watching Martin.
Martin's one of the streams that I like, or I will always have up lurking, but I try to actually participate in at least for a little bit. Because Martin is a good heckin' bean.
Martin is a fantastic lass.
Anyway, because I forgot. Anyone that came in with the raid that is new here, welcome in. I am When Wolves Cry Out. I tend to go by Sierra, or Ria for short. I am an artist. I do art most days. Today we're just doing some donation doodles. And some pride icons. This is my sister Flo. She is not a sheep. She is a furfru. And the plushie on my wing is Runery, who is a gremlin.
Can I say I probably don't help my own self-image with the fact that I then play Cult of the Lamb?
We are good heckin' beans. Yes, we are, but so are you.
Correct.
Boy.
Like, I have. I'm super excited to play it. I'm probably going to play it with Foxbird off stream because Tangent has not played Cult of the Lamb before. Rooney is a sweetheart.
Runery, you are a gremlin, but you're also a good bean. This is true. Runery is a very good friend who will do everything in their power to convince you that they are in fact evil, but they're not.
Secretly, it was me who was evil all along.
Oh, you too?
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
two
I
of
work
us,
for
then.
the American medical system. Are you surprised?
I was a manager, so I'm automatically evil.
Listen, I had to throw the shade at the medical system. Somebody has to.
Like, yeah, once you go into management, you lose all your just like, nope. You're just down the path of evil at that point.
Evil stir. You know, I heard of the corrupted
Hi,
Sierra
Inklets.
timeline. I didn't think it was this one.
Oh yes, this is definitely just Sierra as a manager. Definitely.
Definitely, 100%. That's it.
I just try to be a good manager, though.
Some people say they start morbing. You're just going manager mode.
My employees were sad when I stopped being a manager because apparently I was a better manager than the other people. I'm
Knowing
still
you,
so happy with this one.
I'm not surprised. I love that one. Powerful.
I think after Pride Month is over, I'll keep icon like the $30 icons open, but just like general little icon things.
That's fair. It could give you a nice mix-up.
Mm-hmm.
Understandable, Dazzle. You're evil too?
Well, much like us, Dazzle's a dragon, so
Oh, understandable. Being a dragon runs in the family. I can't wait to get a far too long noodle tar avatar. Also, I once more have that meme stuck in my head. Some people assume that me being gender neutral means that I'm a good person, when in reality, I'm actually gender evil. Dances away.
every time you see complications of compilations, you want to watch it, then you remember you don't really care.
No, in my case, being a dragon just runs in the family.
Is being a dragon a precursor and requirement to being evil? No, but being evil is the requirement to being a dragon. I am just gender void.
Voister.
Just like some level of envy, but still wanting something specific. Just not either of the specifics that are commonly acknowledged.
You want me to go on the rant?
Not right now.
Fair.
I'm tempted to say yes, but it feels awkward right after a raid.
You know, that's fair.
Or, I don't know, it's Martin stream. You can if you would like. I trust Martin
Yo.
stream.
Yeah. Y'all, you fine if I go on a gender rant?
Error 404, gender not found. E. Hecking.
Okay.
Hold on, I want to read what Runery sent first. Before it gets lost. E King had in his serve like an artist challenge thingy that was drawing your character, and you read the first two squares of the draw your OC, being normal and as a child, and you're like, oh, I get to draw a small silly runery. Then you read the other two lines that were as royalty and as a villain, just stared so hard because I'm like, that is just runery normally. God dang it. All right, now you can go on the void ramble.
Alright. Let me get my step stool and soapbox here. So, I know a few folks that are in the category of non-binary, like my sister, like my significant other. And there's a thing where it is hard to affirm someone who's non-binary. Because if somebody is trans femme, you can call them she, her, and it'll help them feel themselves and be affirmed. If someone is trans masked, you can help them or affirm them by calling them he, him, and allow them to feel themselves, because that's who they are. But when it comes to being non-binary, I used them for those last two sentences, and it's still correct. You kind of lose out on a pronoun to affirm someone with. If you're at work and someone says, oh, go help her out, you know that person is identifying you for who you are, and you can feel secure in that fact. If someone says, hey, can you go help them? They're just referring to you like a vague number, and you don't really know whether or not you're being supported, or they accept you for who you are. So, there's a few folks who use assorted different genders. There's some Fae Fair in chat, and my older sister uses Void, because, well, sometimes you want to have a specific gender and set of pronouns to be referred to as, but sometimes they, them isn't for everybody. I'm sorry I always get up on a soapbox about that one, sis.
I mean, you're short. It's okay. It's so everyone can see you.
It's true.
Look, in the future, I'll just make you a soapbox asset that I can toggle on for you to stand on.
Oh my god, I love the idea of me being in the middle of a rant, you lifting my avatar, putting an image of a soapbox, and then lowering me on top of it.
But yeah, that's that is basically why I use void as an optional pronoun because I don't know, I am NB, but I spent so long as a manager where they them was used to strip identity away. When you're using someone as an example that messed up, but you didn't want people to know who it was, you would say they did this that led to an injury. You would say and that would affect them in this way, and you're referring to general, non-specific, and in my brain they them feels not great, but as a non-binary it's just like, I don't know, I wanted a pronoun that was mine. And I don't know, a good example of it, Flo kind of mentioned it, but when I was loading trailers, I am trans NB, I am assigned male at birth, but I go by she, they, or of course the void, but in public, at work and stuff, it's just she, they. And when I was loading a trailer once, I heard my manager tell someone else, hey, go help her out in that trailer. And just the fact that my manager used her meant a lot to me. And it got stuck in my head for the rest of the day that if that manager had said, go help them out, it wouldn't have, that nice feeling wouldn't have been there. It would have felt more like they didn't know who was in the trailer, they just saw the trailer was backing up. So it's just like, oh, whoever's in there, go help them out. And that's kind of when I was just like, that was the day it kind of settled, or it kind of clicked why I don't like they, them for myself. It's fine for others, it's just not for me.
I don't have anything like that for why my pronouns are what they are. They just make me happy.
You can see it from both sides. On one, someone wanting confirmation. Also on the other side, someone unsure, defaulting to the standard general neutral they, them. And that's kind of the thing, is the fact that they, them is the gender, the go-to non-binary pronoun, but it is the standard, I don't know this person's gender, so I'm just going to say they, them. That just compounds onto the whole, it doesn't feel intentional a lot of the time. It feels just kind of like, I don't know, it
Kind of feels like giving up part of who you are.
Yeah,
and
it's like,
opting-
it's like they, them is the, well, neither of the others are correct, so I guess this is all that's left option. Like, if you're already going through the effort, or going through taking the opportunity to find the pronouns that are correct for you, why should you just have to deal with the leftovers? Like, why is that all that you are left with? Just because he doesn't work for you and she doesn't work for you, why do you have to be just stuck with the one that is the catch-all generic? You should be able to choose something that makes you feel good. That is my thoughts on it. This is from someone that, up till like 6 months ago, did not understand why anyone would use neopronouns. But now I'm just like, heck. I just want pronouns that feel me.
I'm thankful you figured it out because you helped me have a better understanding. I've always been accepting of them, but I've never fully understood them. And, well, now I do, and I have my older sister to thank for that. And that is fair, Partridge. That is always a good way. Oh, did that help you understand too, Dazzle?
But yes, if anyone has heard me referred to with the void pronouns, that is why. They are an optional thing. I do not push it onto anyone that doesn't feel comfortable with it. But if you do, it is something that I don't know. I appreciate when people do it. That is that is what I have. That it's like when people use she for me, I know it is them intentionally making sure they get it right. But I'm not just trans femme. I am non-binary. I'm femme leaning, but not full femme. Not full trans girl. However, it is something that for a lot of people needs explained beforehand, so I generally just tell people that I am she, they. Because,
It's terrifying.
well, I'll put it this way. I was very hesitant to even let you go through it in the first place.
Yeah, and I
'Cause-
apologize. I'm so big on doing it.
No, you're good. 'Cause goodness knows I won't do it. I have anxiety.
I'm just very protective of you, and honestly, I like going on the rant because I've inadvertently, thanks to your teaching, caused so many different people to understand. And I'm like, yes! Understandable, and I'm proud of you for taking those steps. I am really blessed to have the family that I do, and a really amazing older sister, and I couldn't ask for somebody better in my life. Voy is very
Yeah.
special to me.
Pup is very special to me.
Yeah. You know, Dazzle, I'm glad to have inadvertently caused another person to understand.
I am still amused by the fact that what was just me grumbling on the way home from work has turned into the go-to explanation of it for people in a way that apparently makes a lot of sense.
So, while I do rant at Partridge, it's actually based heavily on an explanation that Sierra gave me one night while driving home from work.
Yeah, it was specifically the same day as the example of the manager saying go help her in that trailer. Because that was the day it kind of really clicked why because she has never felt fully correct, but it feels a lot better than he. And they, of course, just feels non-specific enough in my brain because of my past as a manager and stuff. But it was always confusing, and that was kind of the day I wrapped my head around it. Sorry if I cut you off, sis.
Oh no, you didn't cut me off at all. I'm honestly just vibing right now. I've got my silly little games, I've got my piping hot energy drink, and I've got my sister, so I'm pretty happy.
What was the explanation? The basic explanation comes down to why I wanted to first try neopronouns was trans femmes. They get she, her to affirm them. Trans masks. They get he, him to affirm them. Non-binaries, well, I used they and them for both trans masks and trans femmes already. So that's not specific to the non-binaries. And also just the example of my manager specifically saying, go help her in the trailer. So I knew that my manager was being gender affirming rather than my manager saying, oh, go help them, which would have felt like they didn't even take the time to see who it was. That's it. That is it shared again very quickly.
Honestly, you figuring that out and kind of helping me understand has made me happy, because it's helped a lot of my other friends understand. Because I'm in this situation where a fairly decent chunk of my friend groups are non-gender conforming and use neopronouns. And I've always accepted it. And I don't know, I feel more secure and good as their friends now that I actually understand why.
That makes
Because
sense.
before, I knew I was their friend, but I felt a little bad being the friend, but not really understanding it. Just kind of going with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, up until this, I also didn't really understand neopronouns, and it was confusing for me because I was sitting there. I had seen like a year ago void on as a pronoun on a list of many neopronouns. It was for the pronouns joust, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But I just kind of looked at that. I was just like, if I ever went with neopronouns, which I won't, which I'm sure I definitely won't, but if I ever did, I could vibe with void.
But
And
Right.
it just kind of stuck in my head for like the entire year, and I wasn't sure why.
hey, Ava. Oh, Nui's here.
Oh, hey, Nui. Bye.
And thank you, Rune. I'm glad people do not mind that when I come on stream, I just chat Sierra's ear off.
Well, if nothing else, it keeps me stimulated so I don't fall asleep.
Yay.
I apologize to anyone that is just like is still confused by the neopronoun stuff and sat through that, or just like why are we doing this? But I don't know. It helps some people, and that's why we do it.
Yeah.
I just have anxiety, so I don't do it very often myself. But Flo is over here just like, I'll do it.
Kicks down the door. Listen up, kiddos. I say, statistically younger than most folks. What's that fair, Nui?
Also, Martin found out my age the other day, and I'm older than Martin, but Martin apparently thought I was younger and did not believe me when I said that. I think Martin called me like just. Oh, I don't remember. No. Martin said she was older. I was like, Martin, you're not old. If you're old, then I'm old. I'm older than you. And Martin was like, no, there's no way you're older than me. I'm like, I am.
Wait, how old is Martin?
Martin can say that in chat if Martin wants.
If I'm older than Martin, I'm gonna laugh.
Alright. See ya, Yuki.
See ya. Okay, so Martin, I am 1 year younger than you are.
But yeah, apparently, you said it was because of my voice, right? Fun fact, someone, when I was helping load a trailer with someone new and I was training them, she also thought that I was a lot younger than I was. Because she was just like, oh yeah, us Gen Zs and stuff. And I've just looked at her, it's just like, when you say us Gen Zs, are you referring to me as well? She's like, yeah. And I'm just like, you realize I'm 30, right? You are not 30. I'm like, I'm 30.
Old and decrepit stir. I'm sorry, I had to say it.
I will be 31 this year. My voice made you think I was younger than you? Good. I don't sound like an old man then. Good. Like, if my voice sounds young, that means it's probably a bit higher, which is beneficial towards femme-leaning vocal training and such.
Yeah.
I used to get mistaken for a girl all the way up, like on the phone or on like drive-through speakers. I'd get mistaken for a girl all the way up until I was like 25. God, if only I had realized sooner.
Did I ever tell you when I worked in a McDonald's drive-thru, I would specifically use that as time to make my voice sound different? Because I didn't figure out my gender yet, but I just didn't like my voice.
I think I think you've mentioned that. Sorry, my brain was listening but got caught on a different thought process.
You are okay.
But I think my my voice also just pitches up a bit while streaming because at work, for example, I have such a just such a mask that kind of pushes me into talking a certain way. Especially with the loud machinery. Because if you are trying to change your voice, you're going to be talking in ways that's not quite as strong as what you naturally talk. And if you're trying to talk over loud machinery, loud conveyors, and all that stuff, if you're putting the emphasis on speaking louder, you're not going to be able to put as much emphasis on the tone and such, unless you have a lot of practice with it, which I don't.
Let me tell you, voice training, one of the most anxiety-inducing things was trying to get my voice to be specific ways at work. Because on the ambulance, people don't pay a ton of attention to how you look. So there's a bunch of, I almost said customers, patients who probably all know me as having a very different voice. Especially because there was a period where I started to obtain a British accent from being on the British esports team for a few years. And I was like, wait, no.
I just look forward to when I can convince people that I am a girl again. Like, just with my voice.
Fair.
I know I have the capacity for it, because I used to do it without even trying.
That makes sense.
Though my voice has changed quite a bit since, like, a year and a half ago. Just due to there being a lot more range in it than it used to be. It used to be very monotone.
Mm-hmm.
The other time, you had the panic mode because the server joined having to introduce yourself as verification. You only forgot what age you were, then you had to put it down. Even after putting your age, you kept staring at it. It's like, why does that feel like No, I forget what age I am all the time, and the only reason I don't this year is because 30 is a really easy one to remember. Most of the time, it's like, am I 26 or 27 or...
Oh my god.
I don't even really celebrate my birthdays that much, so...
A couple days ago, Foxbird thought that I was younger than 25. And I was like, we're dating, I better fucking not be.
Yeah, I graduated back in 2012 from high school. I didn't go to college. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Honestly, I straight up forget my age sometimes too. I go to answer a questionnaire, I'm like, oh, I'm 24. And I'm like, wait, no, I'm 26.
That's half a laser kitty ago.
Half a laser kitty.
I love that's a unit of measurement.
Same.
2012 was closer to when you were born than now.
Remember, if you ever want to feel old, the Nintendo DS came out 20 years ago.
I have considered setting, like, when I moved to our current state, I started, like, they hired me for a brand new building to be their QA team, quality assurance. I basically set up that team from the ground up because I had experience with it. And that's why they basically hired me so easily. I have considered sending an email to them at some point, be like, check in, asking how things are going. And then I'm also just like, no, my company email does not have the same name on it anymore. They only knew me by my dead name, and that is not what my company email says anymore.
No. Oh god, I remember when I changed my name legally, and my old ambulance company had to update all of the stuff that way, and it locked me out of like 4 separate medical systems because they changed the password without telling me, but the username was the same, because the password is generated based on your legal name. So it created this really convoluted situation.
That's actually one of the reasons I stepped down as management, was because I didn't want to deal with going through transition as a manager, because you know there's going to be people that just, even if they respected you before, just would lose all respect and just start arguing with you or causing trouble just because they found out you're trans.
Unfortunately, yeah. I don't like people. Oh, you think that's bad, Partridge? What's even worse is when the owner of the company downloaded this funny little program on all of our computers, because it streamlined search engines and recorded your typing to make sure that it could more accurately and quickly correct it. You know, on the computer where we do medical documentation. And yes, the company openly admitted, oh yeah, we sell information that we record after logging all of your keystrokes. That company is going down in flames currently. When I left... Oh, sis, have I told you the update since I left?
No, but is that something you want to tell me on stream or tell me off stream?
Yeah, I'll tell you off stream. All you need to know
I
is
figured.
that they got a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I'm sipping my tea watching.
You have to mask your entire personality just to look vaguely professional. Yeah. I remember when I was a manager of my QA team in particular. When I was a manager of, like, out on the dock, it wasn't as much of a thing because I was focused much more on making sure everything was running properly. Whereas in QA, there was a lot more time working with the individual people. It's a smaller team, and there's a lot more oddball cases because you're like you're training them how to handle whatever comes at them. Loading, unloading, you're doing the same thing all the time. There's a few variations, but QA, you gotta be able to handle damaged packages, lost items that got separated from their packages, hazardous materials, customers that call in, people that show up, be like, hey, the website says it's here in the building, can you get me this package? And they're not supposed to do that, but they still do. But basically a lot of time with the people. So, but I built up, like, good relations with my team, and they knew I was an artist, and one of the things that I was very set on was not hiding the fact that I draw furry art. I never showed it off at work. I wanted to keep my my work and personal life separate. But I was very insistent on making it, or not hiding it. I didn't ever push it, but if it came up, people asked what I drew, and I was just like, oh yeah, I draw this. Because I wanted it to be something very mundane, to the point where people are just like, oh, okay, it's not that, that's a thing. Rather than if I tried hiding it and then it eventually came out anyway, people would instinctively just be like, so how bad is it that they were trying to hide it for so long? Scandalous.
Scandalous, stir.
But, so no, I just like, oh yeah, I draw safe for work furry art.
Well, if you talked about it, I guess it really was safe for work.
I mean, I didn't talk about the contents that much. One thing I didn't really bring up there, I normally just said like furry, because it's easier to get people to accept that than needing to try to explain why people would want transformation art. You wish you had that confidence. To be fair, it was when I moved from the doc to QA, it was because there was so much communication with people. It was very much a, I still keep myself professionally separated, but basically as close to a friend as you could get while keeping that professional separation. I was always very big on the professional separation, both because I'm autistic, but also because, you know, that they are not my friends. They are my employees. If they are my friends first and foremost, then that's going to cause all sorts of conflicts of interest. You tell people you draw cartoon characters or dragons? I would also sometimes say that I draw comics. But I don't draw comics often enough for that to be entirely true. Even though comics are just one of my favorite things. I think it was... This is just photo with black. I'm so glad we've been going for 4 hours. We've only gotten 3 done. Well, no, to be fair, we took an hour to get started, so that's not too bad. Oh, I need to remove that from the from the stream elements. Usually specifics come up. You will admit you take commissions to draw furries, but only once you have told a coworker you're a furry. But only once have you told your... I don't think I ever mentioned that, like, I was a furry. But, I don't know, I just didn't feel like, trying to be all secretive about it and getting people to want to know, what is it that she actually draws? I was not out at the time. Back then, I didn't even... Back with my first QA team, I didn't even know I was trans. God, the conversation on my last day there. So one of the ones that I really got along with who was also an artist. And on the last day, it was kind of I'm no longer gonna be your boss, so we can actually share art and stuff now. Because I never would beforehand, because again, they were my employees. And the fact that the fact that they told me is like, oh yes, I trust you to tell you this, just letting you know, I am actually trans. This is the name I go by and everything. And it's like, it was really nice that they felt they could trust me with that. And then my response to them at the time was like, okay, yeah. It was like, I don't remember exactly what it all was, but I mentioned that, oh yeah, I'm not trans, but I'm around a lot of people that are, a lot of my friends are and such, and a lot of my community is and whatnot, but I'm not myself. And then like a few months later, I had to send them a text message that's just like, so you remember what I told you on the last day? So here's the name that I go by now. I was so bad about being in such strong denial. You were about to point out. Wait, you were about to point what out, Rune? What were you gonna point out? The throne thing. Oh yeah. Let's see who is next. We got Moonpaw.
Right, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Thank you.
I didn't realize you left.
There was talking on and I needed to explode.
Understandable. I was just going on about how when I left one of my jobs, one of my coworkers told me they were trans, and I'm just like, oh, I'm not trans, but I know a lot of people that are, a lot of my friends are, and all of that. And then like 6 months later, I just messaged them. It's like, okay, so you know what I told you on my last day? I was wrong. Here's the name I go by.
Yeah, I remember.
I think I specifically worded it as, well, you trusted me with your actual name. So I'm trusting you with my actual name.
Rust stir.
I'm glad it went well with the person you did show, though, Skylar. Good afternoon, Commander Fur. And thank you, Sigil. Kaboom. Alright, so I gotta go grab one more reference from this. I'm actually gonna go grab some water as well, so I will be right back. My sister is going to tell you about why she washes her shredded cheese.
All right, class is in section. In section.
Is it in section?
In session. Listen, I can speak.
I can't, so have fun.
High five. Okay, so I found out last night that occasionally I should be washing my shredded cheese. And the reason I found this out is I was studying up on production methods of shredded cheese because I like to understand ingredients on a foundational level so that I can manipulate them how I want. So, I found out that typically starch, flour, or cellulose are added to the outside of pre-shredded cheeses to make sure they don't stick together. But if any of you have ever put a pre-shredded cheese in a microwave or an oven, you'll notice that it does not melt evenly. It keeps this strand-like texture and often has oil come out of it. And it creates a fine texture, but if you make a homemade pizza with pre-shredded cheese, the cheese is just never as good as the cheese from a restaurant. And that's because they shred their own. And I'm too lazy for that. So I went, what if I just washed off the starch, the anti-caking agent? So I took 2 sets of cheese, and one of them I put in a bowl of water, cold water, mind you, to make sure it didn't melt, gently swirled it, drained it, and then did it again. No. Understandable. Dazzle, I will message you it after. But I then put both in the oven and found that by washing the starch off of it, it melted it completely evenly as one homogeneous piece. Now granted, this did increase the moisture level of the cheese, which resulted in a far softer and more supple cheese, which resulted in, say, biting into the cheese and having it stretch satisfyingly, which I personally liked. But I found that by washing it, I could get a more consistent melt, a faster melt, and a better texture and browning on top than with regular shredded. So, I don't know, I realized there is actually a situation specifically for pizza or for nachos that washing cheese can be beneficial. Needless to say, I then kicked down a voice chat's door at 1:30 in the morning and went on a rant about why I washed my cheese and proceeded to have 2 people have existential laughing crises. But, yeah. If you want the best cheese, shred it on your own. Shred your own. If you don't got time for that and you're lazy as hell, give it a light little rinse and then pat it dry. Boiling cheese could be good, but I think that would cause too much separation, unfortunately. Whereas just rinsing it does emulsification. Hi, sis.
Hi, sis. Dazzle, I'm sorry. I realized that after I did it, that the ads were going to play. However, for your, just, if you would like, I have my VOD set to go up automatically. So if you want to catch what you missed during the ad, you can go to the videos page of my channel and just go back and find that 60 seconds.
I'm gonna crop that rant. I'm gonna clip it, and I'm gonna name the clip, I washed my cheese.
Oh my gosh. Make your stream highlighted. I don't think it was long enough for it. Oh no, I guess it would have had to have been. It was too long for a clip. So, I don't know. Steals my wing. You're lucky Sierra never flies. Wait. Does this mean that Runery wants bigger wings? Can we draw Runery with bigger wings? Sierra will give Runery bigger wings. Sierra will send Runery through the tail ring, and Runery just does not look any different except has Sierra-sized wings.
They do, Skylar, but the thing to note is I'm talking specifically pre-shredded cheese being coated in a specialty coating. It's the reason why you buy pre-shredded cheese and it stays shredded and doesn't turn into a clumpus.
I need to go find where this reference was sent to me.
Finding a reference-ster.
I'm not gonna say I have too many people messaging me, but I have a lot of people messaging me. Why is my watch vibrating?
For once it's not my fault.
That's fair. I'll fill that out later. My pre-appointment link came in for me to fill out later.
Oh, that makes sense. I forgot that was coming up soon.
Yep, tomorrow.
I hope it goes
I have
okay.
2 different appointments tomorrow.
You
And
have
then
my
on
number
Wednesday-
if you need me.
And then on Wednesday, I'll be back for more donos and Pride Icons. Then on Thursday through Saturday, I'll probably be away visiting family. Sis, I want to draw Runery with big wings now.
Oh my god.
But
I know you're talking about like flying wings, but I keep thinking Runery eating big chicken wings. I'm gonna be honest with you.
you can give him wings as big as you want, but without him using magic, the results are most likely just him moving the wings to try and fly, but throwing himself directly into a wall very hard instead. Oh. Tiger has done similar.
You know, I should probably drink the energy drink that I got.
Tiger has very big wings. Tiger's wings don't work for flying. So Tiger tried flying with them. It just immediately smacked into the ground. Also, do you guys want to know a little fun fact? If you ever see my comics drawn in a way where there's just a gap at the top, that is because I draw on cardstock on a clipboard. And if I forget to crop that out, that is basically where the clip of the clipboard is. So there's just nothing drawn in that top layer. Another full page traditional one. Yeah. Just sometimes I forget to crop it out, so there's just a bunch of extra space at the top. Other times I do remember, but it kind of depends on how more of the comic pages. Yeah, you'll see a lot of them will go all the way to the bottom of the page. Hello, dear.
Hello.
Hey.
I could eat some Little Caesars. You want me to get you your usual?
Oh, I would love that.
Okay.
Can you actually see with the they have the all strips thing? See if you're able to choose what kind you get.
Sure.
If you can, half cheese, half pepperoni. If not, just normal. I don't know if they have an option to customize it.
Sure. Love you.
Love you and thank you.
Uh-huh.
But yeah. This one I actually had to slide the paper down to draw the ear tufts on it. I remember that. I still like these two comic pages. Or no, these aren't the these are the follow-up. Where's the originals? I like these, and as you can see, there's a gap up top.
Gapster.
I moved the paper so I could fill in the fluff, but you could still see that the comic panel, I forgot to extend all the way up as well.
I'm so confused why LandyTube is doing all this right now.
I think it's because I tried updating LandyTube, and I made a backup of it, and the update failed, so I went back to the backup. But I'm guessing that messed up OBS's cache somehow.
Crashed.
The
Well, the four-way
There you are.
description, they can't be changed.
Yeah.
I can still get you the regular
Okay, well, just with like the half pizza, half strip.
pizza, half strip.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I mean, if you want me to get you that, and then that's pepperoni and cheese.
And then I get some crazy bread. That's
Okay.
my side.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck, Dazzle.
Gonna go focus on art, get some quality time in. Have a good day, Dazzle.
Wild
let me-
mal appearing. It's more likely than you'd think.
Does the head pad at least work? Yes. Cool. Anyway, now that I have gone off about how much I enjoy that Runery comic and spoken about clipboards, this is for Moonfall. Also, I'm glad food was offered because you know how I said I wish I had soup so I could have eaten something more easily in the morning, or eaten something easily in the morning.
I was assuming you didn't eat this morning.
Yeah, there's a reason I said. There's a reason that it's just like I could have eaten easily instead of more easily.
I had a feeling, but also, sis.
Hi, sis.
Hi, sis.
I'm here.
I don't even remember if I ate this morning.
Did you have you hydrated recently?
I drank an energy drink.
Close
That's
enough.
fluid. Oh, that is
One.
certainly an emote.
Hold on. Zephyr, we don't do choking emotes here. Sorry, sis.
It's okay, it happens.
Yeah, I just asked not to do those again in the future. Okay, just like I said, just in the future. You have given the plushie the orb. The plushie will not swing the hammer at thee. It spawned right on top of the orb.
Understandable. Hey, sis, I think I'm gonna go make some lunch.
Alright, enjoy your food, sis.
Thank you.
I'll be here, But also, I did want to say, since the reason we don't do choking stuff here is because that is that could be a trigger for many people who have like PTSD and stuff, and that Flo is someone that doesn't do well with them, so I don't like having them on the stream. choking is one of those ones that shows up so much in media that if you don't know someone that has like the PTSD from it and such, you might not notice it, but when you actually look to see if when you actually start checking to see if like something is safe for someone you know that does have it, you start realizing just how much that is just put into media everywhere. And how much it's just kind of treated as a joke. Despite the fact that it, from what I understand, it can be one of the more common PTSD triggers. And hey, NASCAT. Viking has stolen the orb. Wolfric94, thank you so much for the follow. You spy a runery. You do spy a runery. Ask Glad the Porcupine. Welcome in. There's something amusing to me about it being your first message and the first thing you recognize is runery. Runery, you're famous. Runery is a sweetheart. And thank you for the follow, Askeladd. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. How did that miss? Oh, now you've made Ruru angry. Greg, do you want your quarterback? How about I just give you a free play? Wait, what? What did you do? How did you? All right, chat. Don't mess it up this time. Runery's just over here, like, causing mischief. Why would Runery cause mischief for themselves? Did you do it? Just you wait till one of these days I just put in the other orb. Rest my eyes. I can do that. What's up? What is it that I have done wrong? That is correct. You did not send a dress ref. Next time, though, if you have a specific dress in mind, please keep or please include the reference. And if you're gonna have to, you're gonna make me hunt for references and then change it. It'd be easier just to include them the first time. I'm glad you liked that sigil. It felt appropriate.
I had a shocking realization I had to share with you.
What's up?
There's no red pandas in this. I'm
What?
shocked.
Why is that shocking?
I don't know. I just thought there'd be a red panda species.
Huh.
Huh. That's all.
Fair
We'll
enough.
get food soon.
Okay. Love you. Yeah, I don't know, right. Since these are meant to be like the quick things, I go off the references that people send me. If people don't send me the ref, then I have to spend time searching, and I just work with what I can find. And what I found when searching up what an evening dress was a longer style dress. And apologies about being grumpy about it. That's just one of those things. I don't even know why, but it's just one of the things that causes the ASD to just get grumpy over. It's why I try to be very clear in the form that ref should be included. Well, like I said, I'm sorry for being grumpy. I just in the future, just try to make sure you include it. That's all I ask. Unfortunately, when I had to hunt down stuff myself, I am going to find references that don't match what the person had in mind, and it just takes up time. And if it doesn't match what someone wants, then I have to spend more time correcting it. It's like that's like the one big main thing is just I do require references, especially with the aphantasia. ASD stands for Autism Spectrum Disorder. It is autism and Asperger's were kind of both rolled into it, especially as they learned that autism is more of a spectrum. Hello, Partridge. But one of the quirks of my ASD is, always has been, is I get very grumpy very quickly when I get asked to do something, but don't get given the proper tools to do it. Especially when it is then followed up with being told I was doing it wrong, despite not being given the proper tools. And it's not quite the same thing when I'm not given references, but it hits that same part of the brain. Just that being told to like do a task, but not giving instructions on how to do it. And then having a manager come back is like, why didn't you do this instead? Well, you never told me to do that. You didn't tell me how to do anything, so I did my best. It is. When, like, the legitimate version of it happens, it will ruin my entire day. And like I said, the not having references is not nearly as bad. So it just kind of leaves me grumpy for a bit. Like if I'm not given references when asked for a specific thing, it's like, okay, well, I guess I'll go try and find my own. And getting told like, oh, that's not what I wanted. It's just like, would have given you what you wanted if you included it. And I get that it's not always intentional. Sometimes it slips people's minds. It's not that big of a deal, logically. But brains are not, like, rationally, it's not that big of a deal. But brains are not rational. And my brain, it's just one of the things that causes my brain to just act up. And it's one of the ones I'll be honest about. I'd rather be honest about it than just silently stewing here. Asperger's is one of the many disorders that eventually got gathered with a few others become ASD. Yeah. I'll remember if I said it, but thank you for the 2 bits, Moonpaw. It's like if people with ASD tend to be very literal as well, and I am included in that. So it can be harder to pick up on implied things. So I do my best to do what is asked. That's why I try to be nice about it, but if you ever hear me, even someone that's normally pretty good about it, I'm just like, you didn't include references. I'll always sound a little bit annoyed or a little bit grumpy usually. That's just because that's how my brain works. It's nothing personal, it's just like, come on. I need those. And I refuse to do the whole, oh, you've drawn my character before. It's just like, yeah, I got aphantasia. Just like, oh, our my reference is in our DMs. I am not spending 20 minutes searching our DMs for it. Those are the reasons why I have that kind of hard rule on just like references are required. Where the other arm happens to be? The other arm is kind of holding like the back of the neck kind of area here. I just haven't finished filling in all of this stuff yet. Typically why you either send the reference again or pin the message if it was in Discord, or reply to it so it can be jumped to. I tend to just prefer not needing to go through and try to remember where people DM me by what name and stuff like that. Just that's why I always ask for it to just be sent through Kofi. And if it's if someone forgets it or Kofi doesn't send it, I'm just like, send it to me on Kofi DMs. Doesn't matter if you sent it to me before, just send it again. That is one of my like stuff like that is just one of the things that I struggle with. You might hear a lot about like people with ASD being literal, but that's one of the manifestations of that I feel like don't get brought up very much. And I know I'm not the only one that struggles with that. Yeah, it's like you are generally fine to ask for small corrections. And I don't think my brain would have even gotten grumpy if it wasn't for the fact that I was just like, I have no idea what an evening dress is. Let me go search this up. And it had been followed up by, unfortunately, I had already needed to ask you for an extra reference once because I didn't have the one, and it just compiled on my brain. My brain was mean. Was it fair of me to get all grumpy? No. And I apologize for that, but... talking about it has made me less grumpy, so... it has stopped me from just kind of, like, stewing in it for the rest of the stream. Link for that. Like I said earlier, I get that sometimes it's Kofi's fault or something, but my brain is just my brain. That's also kind of one of the reasons why these are sold primarily as not as they are by design art pieces that don't have a lot of like the back and forth, like, oh, can you change this, can you change this, and that's mentioned in the thing. But it is unfortunate that I know that for something like these, that would just destroy me mentally, unfortunately. So I don't know, I appreciate the patience. I apologize for the grumpiness. Want to hear a story about how younger you about primary school took things literally once? Sure. high school use in the cars. I don't know what to call you. Up next we have Zafri. Alright, see you, Moonpaw. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna try to get one more doodle in before I eat. And I'll do this one, eat, and then we'll get Revere's. Angry dog noises? What happened, Mel? Did they get the order wrong? Still waiting? Oh. Are you there at the place? Didn't look at the order and oh my god. What do you want, sir? Like, you have the exclamation point and question mark there. Did they say that in as rude of a fashion as it sounds from the way you typed it? Ugh. I don't imagine they're gonna be working there very long. No, that's understandable, Mal. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. Right to their bosses. Honestly, at that point, like, normally I'm not one to complain, but if it's as bad as you're describing, I was considering suggesting it. You're being paid to work, not to sit around. Not to insult the customers and make them not want to return. God, sorry, I'm just thinking on back when I didn't run the Dunkin' Donuts, but I was kind of in charge of one of the shifts. And if one of the people that were there talked to customers like that, or behaved like that in general, Boykin Donuts. Hi, Iki. But I'm also back when I ran Dunkin' Donuts. I was the one that apparently customers thought was a manager, and I was the one that was just like, yeah, last hour of the night, all the donuts are buy one get one free. Actually, I think it was like buy a dozen, get a dozen free. I don't remember what exactly it was, but I was tired of throwing out donuts, and I knew that not only would it be less donuts to throw out, but also the more of it, or it would bring in some more customers towards the end of the night. Like, I know the logical reason not to do it, because I was supposed to keep track of how many donuts of each type were still left. But my boss knew I was doing it. I tried so hard. I only ate one donut a day while working there. I still tired myself out of donuts. It took me a while to enjoy them again. I will hug a Serby for you if you would like when Serby gets home. I'll make sure Serby gets the hug. I'm not getting into a war over what donut place is better. And besides, if I wanted to, because it's all wholly subjective, I could just argue that my local donuts place I grew up with was better. And they got a bonus that they were open 24 hours a day. So I could just go and chill there in the evenings. Why did we need a 24-hour donut place? I don't know, but I'm glad we had it. I actually didn't know that they were a local place originally, because a lot of the convenience stores actually got donuts from them. So I thought they were a chain, but they weren't. Okay, I guess they are. I guess they are a chain now, technically. They have 4 different locations. They'd get their dough from one of the local places. Nice. I'm sorry, Vix. I didn't mean to make you hungry. Thank you for the hug, Evert. I'll be honest, I could kind of go for a donut right now as well. I did not mean to make myself want donuts. I am sorry, me. You get a large pepperoni pizza. Nice. I mean, if they were of acceptable quality. one-shot music. Convenience store did video game rental too? Can I say one of the weird things, or one of the strange experiences for me, was growing up in a state that was considered semi-dry as far as like alcohol goes. So you could only get alcohol from specific stores, mainly like bars or specific state stores. And then moving to a state that doesn't have that limitation, and seeing like just standard convenience stores carrying alcohol in their coolers, and I'm just like, how is that allowed? And finding out that that Pennsylvania was the odd one out there, not the other way around. And yeah, even Pennsylvania doesn't do that anymore. Now they have replaced half their soda section with more alcohol. And all right, Mal. I hope you are okay. Bright and cheery Zaffrey here. Alright, Serbia's home. I'll be right back. Well, I'm actually just gonna switch away to the food screen. I want to make sure Serbia's okay. I'm back. How's everyone doing? Hello, Willix and Iki. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate the support. How's Mao? Grumpy, but okay. The worst part is that after all that, they didn't even make the food well. Was Serby hugged? Yes. Yes, I gave Serby a hug. I mean, I'd have been pretty grumpy too if I were the one that had been sitting there waiting and dealing with those people. He would have mauled somebody. Weird how they lost our... Yeah, they didn't look at the... They didn't make the order on time, and then they put it in under somebody else's name into, like, the thing where you type in the code. And then they were just really rude the entire time. And heckin' the food wasn't even good. My heckin' breadsticks were flat. Like, deflated. Plastics to the side of disappointment. Yeah, it's like when you eat bread but that hasn't risen properly. That's what it was. If I'm ever that bad to you guys as like if I ever get to a point where my service or my product, like my service or my art or just my treatment of people get anywhere close to that, like, I don't know. I don't think it ever would, but if it does accidentally, let me know so I can make sure I make it right. It's like, I don't think it would either, but sometimes those things are hard to spot from the inside. I wasn't sure how well I would do at this, but I'm actually liking how this is coming out, so... Got the hand in the background holding that bit of hair in place. So... I've always braided my own hair behind my head. So I'm just like occasionally sticking my hand behind my head to try to like mimic the movements. You know, where I can't see my hands. You can't wait to submit the second request to get the lecture. I mean, if you want to, you technically could. But I feel like you have other ideas you'd probably get first. Submitting them on a tandem cycle. I feel like you wouldn't just even do them in order. You would just pick a random one each time to get the legs drawn on. Exquisite corpse on garlic. What? Have I not played that Gartic phone mode? I haven't. I don't get to play with the group much since I work on Saturdays. But I'm assuming from that comment it's the one where each person draws a different part of the body. Zafri, I hope you can tell what's going on over here. Like, this is the other hand here. These are the fingers. And this is the thumb. Iki, do you know how to braid hair but never braided your own? Huh. Fair enough. Though, now I am curious, if you don't mind saying. If you'd rather not, that's fine. How long is your hair, if it's long enough to be able to be braided? Because of the visual representations I have of you, neither actually have hair. Dragon just straight up doesn't have hair, and Sasha just has fur-length hair. I know I asked what the dragon's name was again, or last time, but I can't remember. I need another reminder, please. But yeah, I braid my hair for work so that it doesn't get blown around in the fans. And that's why I always braid my own hair. Which is why it's always funny when people suggest to me, it's like, when I say about looking for more feminine style, like, oh, you should try braiding your hair. And I'm just like, you see. Slight issue with that one. If I want to do an off day Gartic phone, you'd be interested? Maybe? The only days I would technically have open would be Mondays and Wednesdays, but those are the days I do the long streams. Rapunzel length that trails behind you for about 30 feet. Yeah, if you would rather not say, that is perfectly okay. Speaking of hair, I put it into a ponytail for like a light ponytail for food. I gotta take it out of that as I work on getting more used to having my hair down. Koji is the dragon's name. Okay. I was gonna call you Koji the other day. I was just like, is that Iki? Is that an Iki name or a dragon name? And I couldn't remember. You love these expressions? Thank you. I wanted to try to get like that. Just person like gentle, just doing it for the person that's very excited about it. That was about 13 inches. Okay. I've never measured mine. I just know mine goes down to, like, lower back. I've not managed to get it down to my hips yet, but I feel like if I ever did, I would probably start sitting on it and get annoyed with it and chop it off. Even though, like, aesthetically, I would love to have hair that long. I feel like I would get far too annoyed with it. Hello again, Willix. Boy, is a good VR being. Aw, thank you. Boy tries Void's best. Am I spelling that right, patient? I looked at it and it's like, that looks wrong. Yeah, that's correct. Goobster bean. Iki's original plan was to grow it out, and if slash when it got long enough, donate the tail. How long does that have to be to donate it? I don't plan to, but I wonder if I could. I wonder if mine would be donatable. About 12 inches? Okay. I'm happy with this one. Actually, I have one issue with it. This lower jaw sticks out too far. There we go. I say there we go as I continue editing it. There we go. It's almost done. And yes, I gave one of the moths a braid. Save my canvas. Rest my eyes, vocal training, all the things. I gave one of the moths one? Yes, I did. It's hard to see. But I gave one of the moths a braid. Don't know. The moths amuse me. I like doing silly things with them sometimes. Alright, let me do vocal training. Okay, I'm back. He uploaded the fox to VRC? I look forward to seeing it. I shall get a... With permission, I shall get a picture with the Iki Fox. Gotta try Resonite at some point. It intimidates me, though. The backer playtest for Beastie Ball starts today. Speaking of those kind of things, I just realized that yeah, that's close enough. How much time do I have left on the 10 days to go? I need to make sure I back the... I'm just gonna do that right now. I want to make sure I support the new game by the developer of One Shot. Oh my gosh. Margin of the Strange. E. Endless mode. Interesting. Also, Zaffrey Zaffrey's the one that saw it. Zaffrey, are you excited that it looks like there's just moths? Like just look at this image here. Look at all the moths. That is cute. I'm just gonna do this real quick to make sure I don't forget about it. I'm just gonna do get the game. Because with the estimated release date of 2027, I think I've got enough time to save it for the soundtrack. So it can be Moth's shorthand? Merchant of the Strange. Oh, is that why you left out the E in the? Anyway, time to draw a revere a thing. That was an accident? Why are there things I am excited about? What is this whole getting excited about things? I didn't used to get excited about things. Yes, you are going on my wish list. Hecking, I want you guys to know that while moths still aren't really my thing, you guys have made me appreciate them a lot more. But also, I'm so glad that I could just mention, like, oh yeah, the new game by Night Margin, and like half a chat's just like, yes, Margin of the Strange, we know of this. And I'm just like, very good. This is the correct answer. have a character with a huge moth aesthetic, and you're probably extremely close to having entomophobia because of how you act around bugs. See, I don't have a problem with moths IRL. I just they're not something that super appeals to me as far as aesthetics and stuff, or like anthros or anything like that. But there's several moths in the library now, and I have more appreciation for them. And the moths on Lucerna are adorable because I don't know, the fact that they're not the focus, but they're just there and they can do silly little things to benefit it. And the fact that they're familiars that just gather in his fur. I don't know. It is fun. I like it. It's cute. Ah. Make the fox noise. A moth is probably the most preferable thing. You know, that makes sense. I'd be fine with like a lightning bug as well. The cat that's on the bed in last sketch you got from me is actually supposed to be what the moths can combine into, a form they can take. You didn't tell me that. That is good to know. That is actually something I did not know. Interesting.
But right now is hardly the time to go sinking a lot of money. Right now isn't what we're building for.
Hello, Samuel Cool. How you doing today?
Right now isn't what we're building for.
You're doing good? Excellent. I am glad to hear that. And thank you. Making my characters as Anthros. I'm actually drawing other people's characters as Anthros. So this one is going to be mostly human. I'm doing donation doodles. Just little doodles for people. Though my dragon here can be Anthro. Seem a werewolf hybrid human type. My primary character is a sphinx. She's a sphinx with maned wolf coloration. This is the unfinished ref sheet for her. Actually, let me just pull up the old one. Which also is unfinished, but is more finished than that. It doesn't have the halo and stuff on it until I fully finalize all that. Yeah, this is my primary Sona. And the dragon is a secondary form. I should someday just make a thing that lets me pull up certain images just directly on the stream. Or like tapping a button or something. But that would require pre-planning, and I have not managed to master that yet. I think it's just that the sync is too high, but that might be why it's throwing me off. But that might also just be my brain going, syncs aren't that high, while I'm standing here at 6'4" with a very non-average perspective on sync height. Iki Loki appreciates how many nice beans have slipped into Iki's DMs. I don't know. I enjoy chatting with Iki. And thank you for the lurk, Zafri. I don't know, sometimes it seems like Iki has gone through a lot. Iki could use some good vibes. Plus, Iki brings such positivity to Iki brings such positive vibes and just good gremlin beatiness anytime Iki is around. I don't know, from what I've heard, it sounds like you might be justified in doing so. Not that anyone could stop a dragon from doing so anyway, but... Actually, the fox might have better luck getting the villagers to join in. Koji and Sasha. I can only hope that I don't add to your list at all. I'm hoping that all your experiences here are neutral at worst, but hopefully leading towards positive more often. Yeah, why not? Who are we to tell Iki where or where not they can lead angry villagers on a pillage. Have a good night, Sigil. Rest well. Drawing humans actually gotta pay attention to the where the brow line is. Wait, what's going on over there? Zafri, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. Woke up just in time. Ah, good morning. It's looking good. Excellent. Elsie, thank you so much for the Star Lion raid. Let me shout out real quick. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? Kelsey, how'd your stream go? You're playing Which Spring R? I got a glance at it. It looked similar to like a one I've tried recently called Potionomics. But how was it? Did you have fun? And also, Raiders, welcome in. If you're new here, I am When Wolves Cry Out. I go by Sierra, or Ria for short. I am an artist. We're just doing some donation doodles today. Here's some of the ones we've gotten so far. And we got this pride icon done as well. It's great and the gameplay is super fun. Good. Good, I am glad to hear that. Also, I just noticed, I love your the icon you currently have on your Twitch account. Yeah, it's cute. I need to draw myself a pride icon at some point. I don't have any. Like, I haven't made any new ones for myself. But yeah, oh, my brain just stopped. Yes, if you need to do any self-care, I imagine you were streaming for a while. If you need to get any food, like rest, hydrate, if you have anything you need to go do, please make sure you're taking care of yourself. Otherwise, feel free to just kind of hang out. We're just kind of vibing today. It's a fairly chill stream. Gonna leave a lurk and go eat and stretch? Yes, please do so. And thank you for the lurk. Hi, Neko. Neko, I was showing off the Sneppo in a truck earlier. Fortunately, it's bedtime for you. All right, have a good night, Martin. And thank you. You rest well, okay? The what? Sneppo in a truck. Sneppo in a truck. And alright, Martin, I will. And Nui, you rest well as well, okay? Everyone's heading to bed. What time is it over there? $11 p.m. Yeah, honestly, that's a fair bedtime. I'd probably sleep by 11 and more often if my day job didn't keep me working until then. But you got your flight tomorrow. Oh, then you definitely need some rest. You packed everything. So aren't coming today. They haven't done an entire floor. Oh. Oh no. Hacking. I missed the mute button. Actually, I think technically I hit the mute button, but I had muted it to get up to check something. So then I unmuted myself just for the sneeze unintentionally. Why am I so eepy? Can't believe Frosty Tools is calling me out like that. Will they return to a normal-ish schedule? The flat 6 gave you the EP debuff? Apparently. How long have we been going for at this point? 7 hours? Yeah, we still got some more time in us. What's the story behind the doodle? It's someone that is slowly turning into a lion over the course of a few weeks, and they just notice the whiskers growing in. Yeah. I don't think this is gonna be like any. I don't imagine that this is gonna be a multiple piece one. I think this is just a one-off. But that's the premise that I was given. Too much baked beans. Hello, Abby. Thank you for the wellness check. How's everyone? I am very tired, but I have enough energy. I have enough energy to bully coffee for a moment.
shall inherit the earth.
Today has been a very low energy day. Debating on how many more I'm going to be doing, but I want to do at least a few more. You're welcome, Revere. Thank you for the support. I'm glad you like it. Sorry, like I said, I'm a bit tired. Let me try to refocus myself onto what we're supposed to be working on. Oh, tiger time. So our next one is going to be a pride icon. Whoa, that was what happened? The cute doggo has summoned you here. You did spooky avatar? The plush grew in size and covered the tiger's head. Oh, is that broken? Oh, is it? Okay, it's when I talk. Let me go fix that. Alright, that should fix it. Yeah. I keep forgetting that Amy just has the ability to turn herself into just a plushie. become S of T. Cap says soft no. Look, 2 messages above you. Cap confirmed. Yep. S of T. Shape of tiger. A tiger runery could be fun. I don't know what you're talking about, Partridge. Diane is always here. Diane is the little familiar just in the background, just tapping numbers into the machine is what keeps all of this running. Yeah, small eyes. Well, I mean, it's an icon, so the button eyes are just to avoid it being too cluttered. I believe all of the ones of that style have button eyes. Oh, maybe they didn't. Oops. I can go back and change that if you would like that, Turga. I misremembered my own style. That's on me. That isn't the layer option I meant to click. Seem to recall your tail has stripes, though. Ah, it does on one of the references. However, I am noticing that I need to go back to yours later anyway. I forgot the tentacles. I accidentally, or not accidentally, but I was zoomed in on this one at the time and forgot to double check the other one. Because that was the one that had flat colors. Or, well, cell shading, but... There's a lot to designs, as it turns out. Yeah. And, sometimes I mess them up. Then sometimes I add nanites to them. Have I added nanites to too many designs? Should I add nanites to more designs? Probably. Will I add more nanites to more designs regardless of whether I should or not? Definitely. Like, I can just go and add nanites to Scarlet. Cap's just like, blep, until I mentioned Scarlet, and then Cap's just like, wait. Got some headache medicine and some munching in. Good, good. I hope the medicine helped. How's my day been? Sleepy, but otherwise pretty good. Got it. N19 is my fault. I would happily take responsibility for N19. Chat was nanites all along. Trans flag. That fit there. Why did N.19 get blocked? N19 is the nanite character, right? I'm not mixing that up with something else, am I? I'm gonna feel really stupid if I mix it up with something else. Yeah, it flagged N19 as held a message for reason race, ethnicity, or religion. But I am remembering that correctly. N19 is your nanite, like your character that's got like the nanite suit, right? You know why? May I ask why, Kelsey? And if you need to like DM it or something, that's fine. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Oh. Huh. Like now that you say it, I could see that and Boy. Super good. Thank you. It's gonna be one of the little pride icons. Oh, I never noticed that about your tail. Not sure who would hold what flag fair. Yeah, these are just I meant to do new ones this year, but I just had so much going on I didn't get time to do it. These are the little pride icons I've offered for like the last 3 years. With some examples of them down here. I have like the rough sketch and then I do my best to draw it out in a similar but different pose. That's a lot. Yeah. I mean, I wanted to provide a few different options. Last year, I think I only... No, I did a few different openings of them. I think last year. I don't remember. Maybe that was the year before. I've not done a very good job of keeping track of which ones were from which year. Gotta make some of your character here's to draw them so slowly. These are the only real your character here's I've done besides the Shrunkle Shakes. Which, were a thing. That was what, back in April? No? March. Yeah, that was back in March. You just remembered something, now you feel sorry? Oh, what's wrong? But also these were the little Skrunkle Shakes. I just did some of these for people. They were quick little things, so they were like, I don't know, like $10 or something. They were fun though. Used to make persona badges, and that's kind of similar to your character here's. Like con badge style things. Get Rune a second switch. You know. I just gotta remove the message. There are other people you can break. Oh, Jelly, I'm fine drawing Pokemon. It's just not my preferred thing. I'm not upset about drawing Pokemon. If people get a bit overboard, I can sometimes get burnt out on them very quickly, but I don't mind drawing the occasional Pokemon. I will admit, drawing a Pokemon is easier on that burnout scale than drawing a Pokemon transformation. And I think it being the onesie kind of helps a lot anyway, because it's a onesie. It's not designed to be unique. It is designed to look like a stock standard Eevee. And that's one of the things with Pokemon designs is like the struggle is like, oh, how do I make this look like the character, not just a standard version of the species? If I stray too far, then it doesn't look like the Pokemon species anymore. Nikki will make a Pokesona? I mean, you could if you wanted. You offer next day pickup for SonaCon badges, but you haven't a bit because you're sleepy when a day at the con is over. I have sold one badge at a convention, and I was really happy with how it came out because it was like a traditional art badge. You also get your first Pride Flag tomorrow? Good. Yeah, it was back in 2019 when I went to Foix. Towards the end of one of the days, I just set up at the Artist Alley. This was back when I had less than 100 followers. I just kind of set up as a no-name artist. I was just like, badges, this much. Traditional art, here's some samples. And one person actually bought one from me. And I had to install Telegram to my phone to let them know that it was finished. I didn't know what Telegram was at the time. But this was the badge, done with fine liners and Copic markers. And I was really happy with how it came out. I do wish I had taken more photos of the process, because this is the only progress photo I had of it. I forgot. Did mark your traditional art badges and you laminate in your hotel room and bring them back next day? Yeah, that's what I did for that one. When we went to Anthrocon last year, I guess it is now, Anthrocon didn't really have the same sort of artist alley kind of set up, so I didn't really have any opportunity to just kind of chill at one of the open tables. I know Diane's is also a pride icon. What is the one after Diane's? After Diane, it is another pride. Wait. Yeah, another pride icon. That one was today, at least. So if we get through... Diane's, we'll at least be caught up. You don't know if you'll bring back the badges for your next con. May just do doodle sketches with an accent color and call that it. Low key, I love the the style of just like a single accent color on a doodle. That's such a good aesthetic. I'll be honest, I don't know if I'd be doing badges if I had the opportunity to again either. Just because I don't know if I even have enough markers to do. I wouldn't know if I had enough markers to do the people that came like properly. You'll have a laminator machine in your suitcase. Yeah, you know, that's fair. They're chunky little things. I used to make use of my laminator so much, though. I used to, I used to take some of my traditional art, kind of cut it out, and laminate it and then stick it on my bedroom wall. But the fear of using a Copic that isn't the exact fur color someone wants, I'm getting mad at, yeah. Especially with traditional media, you can't like just swap a color out. The red panda has no beans. Or red pandas simply do not have beans. You can just ask Cap. But having something to draw while you table is nice during slow time, so you always bring a little sketchbook. Yeah, that makes sense. I've only like grabbed a table once because I've only been to 2 conventions. And I feel like if I were to grab a table now, there'd be more people that recognized me. Not a ton, but I'd probably have a few people that would see my art and be like, oh, I know who you are. Especially if there's anyone within, like, anyone there, or especially the people that are there that are within the transformation circles, because I'm more well known there. But heck, nowadays, there's a good chance that just as good a chance, not just as good, but getting close. Good chance that people can recognize me from Twitch as well. And I don't know, that'll be cool. I'm so used to Cap using the oh no emote that I thought that message was from Cap. You thought it was Cap, but it was I, Kikuroboros. You've been tabling at cons since like 2016 or so. So you're used to it, but you prefer to share a table with a friend than be by yourself? Meeting mutuals and followers is fun. You're right about that? Yeah, I've never gotten to. Like I said, when I did my first convention, I was very small. Fun fact, when I did the first convention, I wasn't familiar with furry art as a larger thing as a whole. I'd only really experienced the transformation side of it. And I thought that was the entirety of the furry community. And then I went to the convention, realized that I only found one person there that even offered transformation style stuff. And I'm just like, oh, I see. What the walls that were around me, that I like, all the people in the room was just one small room of a much bigger structure, and I had just never walked outside that door. Zero small, my god. Rhea lore? Yeah, Rhea. Going to Flaw in 2019 definitely opened my eyes to a lot. It was where I first kind of got the first few names of some artists to follow that weren't specifically within the transformation circles, because I had gone around and picked up business cards from people. I actually still have all those business cards. I have a little business card holder right here. I have all the cards from that convention, as well as Anthrocon last year in it. But yeah, and then from there that was when I started using Twitter. I got to meet a few people. It was about a year after that the transformation rings blew up and caused me to be a known name within the transformation circles. And then that died down, but I kept that reputation. Kind of moved over to Twitch. Kind of hung out here from like 2021 till 2023. At the end of 2023 was when I met a lot of the people from the Grem Gang. Well, I met some of them earlier, but that's when I started really chatting with them. And I don't know, now it feels like my streams are a lot bigger of my focus than the transformation stuff. And I don't know, I enjoy the streams. I like getting to chat with people. He goes into transformation circles too. You shall inform the alchemists. Sorry, I got curious and pulled up the old stats for my old for where I was when everyone started to know me back then. This is just because it was late 2019, so it would have been right around November 2019 through January, February of 2020. I had like 200 followers, and mid 2020 was where TF rings became popular, and my number just started going up from there. As silly as it is, TF rings are the reason that it started going up the way it did. I do find it funny that right around the beginning of this year, where I'd kind of been sitting at like 3,000 for several months, right as I started chatting with and doing more stuff with you guys, I got like 200 extra people just over the course of 1 month, and it's just like I had to try to figure out why that was, and I was just like, oh right, I stopped being I stopped isolating myself. I stopped demanding that I do everything on my own. I actually started interacting with people, actually showing a bit of trust. Can you imagine that? Putting trust in other people? Trust no one. Look, I have spent enough years trusting nobody. I want to be able to trust some people. Like, the people I trust will be carefully picked, but I don't know. There's only so many years you can just go through and just refuse to trust anybody. Junie and Foxy were the first ones that I ever let onto my stream. Back when I first started, I had let some friends on, and it went so poorly that I kind of decided that I never would again. But I don't know, watching them interact and stuff made me want to try it. I don't know, it's interesting because like I went years just kind of like, yeah, I don't want to join a Twitch team. I don't want to, like, it doesn't look like it does anything aside from like you have to like put their branding all over your thing. There's probably rules that you have to follow to meet their image and stuff, or like promote other users. It's like I don't want to give up that kind of control. And if you're a smaller streamer, you are just another number in the crowd of the bigger streamers anyway. I never saw the benefit of it. then I saw a smaller Twitch team that actually did stuff together, and they were just friends. And I watched them interact and stuff, and I'm just like, oh, I see. I think I understand now. Now I just bully Junie on the regular. You've been in stream teams? Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. You've been through a couple on your main account? Your history of similar things made you reluctant to join a Discord community like this one, but you're glad you did? I'm glad you did as well. I really enjoy having you here. Thing with stream teams is if they don't work for you, reconsider them. I don't have any real plans on, like, if I were to ever join a stream team, I wouldn't want to join one of the big ones, like one of the ones that's focused around a theme or something. Like, I had someone point out to me that a team called Thunderfangs was opening up applications, and it is a transformation themed one. It's like I don't know. I don't want to join a general concept kind of team like that. If I ever do join one, I want it to be a small one of the teams that are just like smaller team with people that actually know each other and would want to do stuff together, kind of thing. Your community also mentioned that for you too. Yeah, I didn't actually get recommended by that by anyone within the TF community, which I'm still not sure how to feel about. Like, on one hand, it saved me the awkwardness of needing to explain that I didn't want to join it, but on the other hand, my brain's just like, that's because you're not good enough for that, and my brain's just being mean to me about it. But also, yes, hi Seppi. Like, they can work for a time, and you can really enjoy them, but you need to think about whether they work for you every so often. I've only ever joined open communities. I don't, like, for the larger teams, I don't really get what the benefit is. Some people can do really well without a streaming community, others need it to get started. Fair. I've gone this long without being part of a team. I think I'll probably be fine. In theory, you're connected to a big name or can get raided by someone else on the team that's big. You'll probably be alright though, Sierra. Doing well right now. And, like, I'm not someone that wants just, like, bigger numbers. If my chat gets too big, I can't keep up with it. There's no need to be on a team. Exactly. Depends on when I was streaming. Yeah, I because of how my brain is, I need this kind of just middle ground of a chat that is active enough to kind of not let the ADHD peter out, like enough to keep me stimulated and keep the dopamine flowing. Otherwise, I start opening tabs and stuff to search for things. But if it gets too big, then I just lose track of everything. You appearing from an app just to say how your head tells you that you wouldn't even belong to a Twitch team by friends because you're not enough, even if you were to stream a lot. Runery, if I don't think I ever will be getting partner. I don't think I'll ever be applying for it. But if I did, I would definitely invite you onto a team with me. And all right, Kelsey, thank you for the lurk. And sorry everyone for just kind of rambling about that. Those are kind of my thoughts on Twitch teams. If I ever join one, I want it to be just a small one of friends. If I could start a Twitch team, what would it be called? I have no idea. We shall be Twitch team placeholder. VO Gremlins. It always tells you that you don't belong places and I'm small. So you just eventually agree to your head and end up like Runery. My head does the same thing, so we cannot belong places together. I get so much imposter syndrome and just feeling like I don't belong places. Just even like being invited to where I get to talk and interact with the streamers that I do. My brain is constantly telling me that I am the outlier and I don't belong there. I have scars from my past that exacerbate those issues so much. Happy outlier noises. I'm glad they invited me when they did, though. Last year I was hitting some very serious, for lack of a better term, creator burnout. Or not creator burnout, creator isolation. Basically, like, I had a lot of people around me I could interact with and stuff, but I didn't have anyone that I could really do anything with my streams and stuff that I felt comfortable doing with my streams or with my art. I used to have someone I did that with. I don't do that with them anymore, and so I went like a full year basically not having anyone to. But now I do stuff for streams with like Junie. Now I do stuff with art with Runery, and just I don't know. I get to just vibe with so many other people like that in stuff that is like back and forth rather than just kind of like one way or at a distance, and it is nice. It definitely helped a lot. Jesse has to go after you in calls quite a lot because of how your head makes you act and talk about yourself. I know it is not as easy as saying don't do that, because I understand my brain does similar. But I will do everything I can to help encourage you to view yourself more positively and treat yourself kinder. And yes, Seppi, you are part of that. Getting to do silly stuff with you between our streams has been great. I still need to do your half the art trade. I'm gonna see if I can work on that during our trip. I also need to work on a certain big tiger dragon lady. That one's overdue because that one completely slipped my mind, but I gotta do that. Let me do my wellness check and rest my eyes. That makes sense, Jesse. And I'm glad that I'm glad that you try your best, that you're helping Rune. And I know it can be really hard with those kind of things. I have spent a long time. I spent over 10 years of my life just considering myself nothing more than being here to be of use to others, basically. That my value was based upon making other people happy, even at the cost of myself, because I valued myself that little. I spent way too long as that. And I genuinely believed that it did not matter if I was happy as long as I was making other people happy. And I don't know. Stuff like that is why I try to try to encourage others to treat themselves better, because I know how hard it can be. And I know that most times it's not something that you can get out of on your own. I certainly didn't get out of mine on my own. Heck, I haven't even gotten out of mine entirely at all. That still tugs at the back of my brain every day. It's a huge part of why I struggle so much to feel like I belong places. But I do my best not to let it control me. I know that there are people that brain, please. I know there are people that appreciate me and do include me and such. Had that exact mentality your whole life. I had it up to about, I think 2018 was around the time that I really started working on that. I'm still working on it to this day. I only recently realized you need to break out of that, and you're still trying to figure out what you even want for yourself. It's difficult. Like, to this day, when someone asks me what I want, my brain just shuts down, because what I want doesn't matter. What they want is what's important. My brain still... Okay, LandyTube. Be like that. But yeah, my brain still really struggles with that. Let me go fix this real quick. Okay, that's fixed now. But that is something I still struggle with. It's why I cannot for the life of me figure out what kind of clothes I want to buy. Because when I try, my brain's just like panics and just falls back to whatever draws the least amount of attention. Why are you straying away from what works? What has worked? Stop it. Just no decals, no bright colors. Just get your earthy tones or neutral grays, get your jeans, and blend into the background. You're the same all the time. Black is such a great color. I don't wear black anymore because I wore too much of it as a kid and got lectured too often. So I wear dark grays instead. Actually, no, I do have a black hoodie over there. Understood. Rhea needs rainbow leg warmers. I yes, but also I don't know if I could wear them. You don't like being perceived, yet you always default wearing a hoodie that has bunny ears. Go out. That's it. Like almost never. That's really cute though, Rune. You're like, I don't want safe and avoiding attention. Then reality goes, okay, what do you want instead? And you go, yeah, right? And it is difficult for me and anyone else that in similar positions as me, because I know there's a few of you that are just as tall as me, but it's like it takes so much mental energy to push yourself to be like, okay, I'm going to go find clothes. I'm going to look for something I like. I like this. I have done it. I have pushed myself to find something I like. And then you check, and the biggest size is like 4 sizes too small, and you're like, well, that's all my energy for today. I'll try again in 3 weeks. Ruru, I imagine you look really cute in that hoodie. One thing you tend to avoid is those shirts that have the brand's names just plastered front and center. You don't find them comfortable. You don't want to be a billboard. Ever since I was young, refused to wear shirts that had decals on them unless like they were hand-me-downs or something. I didn't really have an option. But like anything, like when I was growing up, I remember there were so many shirts that just had like the guy jokes on it about just like being mean to girls or something, or like something guys video games, yada yada yada. And I saw those all over the place and couldn't understand how people could wear them. It's like, why would you wear something that would broadcast an impression of you instead of like someone's gonna see that and get a first impression of you and it's not going to be a good one? Why would you do that? Runery, can I get you to put yours onto one of my hoodies? No. Also, nowadays, the designs that have decals the most that I wear are the I have several samples of the Pride merch that I have, because I tested them before I put them up for sale. I wanted to make sure they were good quality and all that. But I have the shirts, so I'm gonna wear them. Runer, I would love for you to put yours on my hoodie. If only... Wait. Something was pointed out to me recently. I need to double check shipping stuff again. There are so many of those at your elementary school, and you complained to teachers about them and they didn't care. They're so uncomfortable. Your clothes have always been extremely plain because you don't like being perceived in public, right? And for me, that was always difficult because I was always the tallest person in the room. Even when I was young, I was very tall. Don't get me wrong, I like being tall, but it makes blending in difficult. I like being able to reach the top shelf. Speaking of, didn't I have macro compliant shirts? Yes. I have 2 macro compliant shirts and then like 3 Pride compliant shirts and 1 size trash shirt. I will say, though, that the second edition of the macro compliant shirts were so much better than the first. They actually feel like they were designed for shirts rather than just slapped onto one. Being the tallest person doesn't stop you from being stealthy, even though you're tall. People lose sight of... What? I don't know if people lost sight of you. Or, sorry, lost sight of me. But one thing they... One way that I was unintentionally stealthy was walking. I don't make much noise. Despite my size, I am a very soft walker. And I would unintentionally, all the time, give people jump scares when I go and
Approaching quietly runs in the family.
How long were you there?
Half minute to a minute?
Oh. Normally I catch you.
True. Hi, Diane. Also, yes, Voy.
Like, how are you feeling, sis?
I am okay.
It's still some residual pressure like happens sometimes, but I'm full of food because I didn't actually get to that lunch and I'm drinking water.
Good.
Yeah, I'm doing the self-care, and I just cooked dinner, and I'm seeing if Foxbird can help me at least get the dishes put away so I can load the dishwasher.
Okay. We've gotten into talks about self-valuing and such again. They happen a lot on this stream. People need to like see that they are important.
Yeah,
And I will remind them of that.
good. Also, Rune, I'm concerned why I sent shivers down your spine.
This I wanna send a hoodie to Runery so Runery can put ears on it and send it back to me.
Oh my god, good.
My big hoodie that I always wear, I want ears on it. You know why?
Why?
Because that is the hoodie I always wear, and it's the only one I have, and that will push me to wear the hoodie with ears on it.
Oh my god. I want to add to my throne a big oversized hoodie so when brain crash, I can hide and comfort a hoodie. Oh, understandable. I jump scared Runery. I'm sorry, Ruru. Oh, sis.
Hmm?
I hope you know I went to cook and immediately cut myself again, but without a knife. I cut myself on a
Sis.
piece of aluminum foil because I'm talented like that.
Sis.
My talents are beyond comprehension.
We're supposed to be taking care of ourselves.
I mean, hey, at least it was a cut and not cutting something off like last time. It's an improvement.
Only marginally. Yeah, we were talking. Rain, please. We got onto the topic of just like I got onto talking about back when I valued myself so little that it basically, even to this day, makes it hard to think about what I want, and especially when it comes to like clothes and stuff.
No,
And
that
Rune
makes
was-
sense. What was that?
Tangent put it in a really good way. It's just like, okay, I don't want like to just like blending in and hiding. Brain, okay, so what do you want? Response, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Or I think it was just stretched out, just like locking up.
I remember when I used to do similar, and I was pretty notorious for always being the person who would help out their friends to the point where I would run out of money every week because, you know, fine if I didn't have savings, I just wanted my friends to be happy, and they mattered a lot. And I didn't realize how unhealthy that thinking was, and that I was just helping my friends because I saw no value in myself.
Yeah. Been there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sorry I smacked that scar.
Well, no, we were already talking about that, but it's just like, yeah.
Yeah, hi sis.
Hi, sis. Hi, chat.
Hi chat.
But I want... I don't know, if I were to get... Plus, if I were to get Rune to put ears on my hoodie, then it'd be a special gift from a friend.
Hello. No, that makes sense. I think I know what I want. I've just got to be brave enough to actually do it.
I don't know what I want. Well, I know I want to try for like certain aesthetics. Like I want to try pulling off like a punk kind of thing at some point, or something like something. I don't know the words I'm looking for, but um, but as a, it is so difficult to actually attempt to do so, because it's like you spend all this mental energy to push yourself to search through things and actually find something that you're just like, yes, I want this is what I would like. I have narrowed it down. I have forced my brain to not just shut off, but then you go to buy it and you see the whole, oh, the biggest size being 4 sizes too small, and it just burns you out for several weeks.
No, that makes sense. Me and Foxburg went on a mall date, and I went to put on a pinafore, which is like the big overalls, but it's a skirt at the bottom. And it looked so cute on the little model thingy. And I was like, oh, let me put that on. And I was like, wow, I really am shaped like a refrigerator, aren't I? And that kind
Oh,
of
sis.
crashed my entire mood, because I spent an hour looking for that in the store, and I did not want to try on any clothing after that.
I'm
I was
sorry.
like, no, it's okay. It's just, unfortunately, I very much understand. Granted, different reason, but
Too small? Yeah, too small. I am 6'4". Trying to find guys' clothes that fit me was a challenge. Trying to find anything feminine presenting is a nightmare.
can I say, even if you are not your ideal height, you are very good at hugs.
Oh, no. I like my height. I just don't like how difficult it is to find clothes for it.
Fair. I don't know, you are just very huggable. I like hugging you.
Thank you. And I like hugging you. But
Yeah.
I also like being able to reach the top shelf.
I miss being able to reach the top shelf. Can I say the advantage of moving out of the old apartment?
The shelves are lower?
Yes, because when I moved into that apartment, I could reach the top shelf, so I put important things up there, and then I needed them someday, and I never owned a table or chairs. I just owned the futon. So I went, how do I grab my crock pot? I had made a critical error in judgment.
A friend sent me a site that I need to check, but I haven't had the energy to yet. I have a feeling it's not going to be a cheap site, but...
No. Unfortunately, if you're out of the normal range of stuff, companies go, oh boy, we can extort as much as we want from you then.
I don't know, I'm still annoyed that I finally got in that thing I ordered because I needed new ones, and they just straight up didn't fit.
I think... Am I okay to say the style I think I want?
Yeah.
I don't care if half of it is kiddish, but I want to look cute. Because there are so many times I was told I wasn't allowed to wear things growing up. But I want to wear the cute lavender hoodie with a big flower on it, or the silly pants with the bedazzling. I no longer care. I want to be cute.
And shorter than me and probably a lot heavier. I think your brain took the concept of buying adopts to fill the I want this, because in any other case, you usually tend to ignore what you want and just think of grabbing things for others.
Oh, Rune. Why do you think I've been over 300 different things before? The majority of them were adopts. I understand.
I I am lucky that I did not learn about adopt sooner.
With the amount of times I had friends that are like, you know, you seem to be buying a lot of dogs. Are you doing okay? Those cost a lot of money, and I was like, oh, haha, it's fine. I have enough money for what matters. Past flow was dumb. I am now smart, but I was not before.
Adding that bit of texture. I still like
Same
the
rune.
small addition of the splattering this year.
Same.
They weren't in last year's, but
It adds some depth.
yeah.
Remind me at some point, and I will show you some of my delightful Sparkle Dogs adopts that I've bought over the ages.
I'm sorry. Anytime I see Ruru say "oops" like that, my brain just reads as UPS. The United Parcels, United Parcel Services.
UPS happens to the best of us. I meant to do some studying today.
You will forever love your 419 creatures and any other ones you will probably grab. Just you wait until I design you more characters. This is a lie. I'm terrible at designing characters. Need to find someone good at designing characters to help you make a persona. If I come across any that are doing like persona designs, I will let you know. Like if I see any that's just like, oh, and it just kind of pops into my head, I'll pass that along. Or at least I'll try to. My memory's not the greatest. But yeah, I'll do my best. Alright, I have not sent this to Jelly yet. I opened up Jelly's chat and then never sent it. There we go. Fatigue wave.
You gotta conserve your resources when you're in the frontier. You don't get to see this as common, intuitive, observable
you're still picky over character designs, and that is probably why you don't have more creatures of what you already have. That money. I can be pretty picky about about character designs, and when I have one that I like, I'm very hesitant about updating it. When I gave Sierra the longer tail and the dragon claws, I debated that for like 6 months to a year. And I have been caught up on whether or not to give the halo for a few months now, though, with the little storied reason of it being the thing with Yolta. I am leaning more into it. You're always like, I have many creatures, yes, and you love every single one. You can finally get the handcuffs up, what? Yes, I also, yes, I know Rune loves bird arms. Rune has informed this of me themselves. Look, I'm convinced. I'm not actually, but I'm saying this because it's amusing to me. But I am convinced that the only reason that that Ruru decided to bite the dragon at the beginning was because the dragon has the fluff up to the elbows and then like talon arms the rest of the way down. You know, canonically, Rooney still hasn't, Brain, come on, stop looping. Canonically, Rooney still has not seen the Anther Dragon. I forgot you lost E. I love how I said that and then immediately forgot what I said. I'm like, what is Runery saying true to? Quick, memory. Please don't fail me. And then I remembered it was the Anther Dragon comment. My brain is just a very functional mechanism. It's just very functional at things other than what's useful for me right now. The catalog end is pretty functional. Broken. You are.
Can I say something awful?
What is that?
Is it really a good sign when the most functional part of the product is the instruction manual, though?
Are you referring to my brain?
The catalog? No, you have a very functional brain. That's just the cursed thing my brain said. No, it's like, brain, no! Be nice to my big sister, I'll cry! In fact, I am crying a little bit. I'm baby.
No, I mean, no, that is perfectly fine. Thank you for the lyric. And let's be honest, sis, it's not that wrong.
I mean, you know I'm in the same spot, though.
Like, my brain is a mess, and the only way I get it to work properly is if I'm paying super close attention to the instructions that I have written out for it myself. I have to follow the directions note by note, or else this thing up here just doesn't work.
That's a mood though, because
Just like-
otherwise it reaches an exception.
Yeah, like hacking. I normally word it as just like working with the brain instead of against it, but functionally that's what it is it doesn't function unless I am doing like knowing how to work with it.
Yeah, mine's especially that way because of my OCD. I'm always like, oh, my OCD isn't that bad. And then there was... Oh, what?
Oh,
Then
wanna
there was
check
the
this.
Uno incident. What was that?
Stretch, hydrate, and posture check.
Oh, I will do that soon. I just sat back down and I'm lazy. My tushy is on the cushy and I don't want it to leave it quite yet.
Fair.
That's what my mother used to say while on the bus when she was driving the school bus and kids kept trying to stand up and walk around.
I gotta go rest my eye for, I was gonna say a minute, but it's 20 seconds.
I'm playing Monster Hunter, so I'm also gonna close my eyes because surely nothing could go wrong during this time span.
I mean, resting your eyes isn't closing it in this context. You follow the 20-20-20 rule.
I don't remember what that means.
You look at something 20 feet away, or as close to it as you can, for 20 seconds every 20 minutes. It lets your eyes... It takes your eyes out of the focus on the close-up screen mode and lets them relax a bit by focusing on something in the distance.
Well, that makes sense. Oh, Rooney. Wobble dogs will happen. It's just postponed till tomorrow due to unforeseen circumstances. But those dogs will be wobbled.
Yeah, this manticore is the tail and the horns are candy corn, basically.
I love candy corn.
I gotta... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just responding to Ruru and said head pet's good. What were you saying?
I gotta... I'm pretty sure when I was wandering one of the earlier areas of Monster Hunter World again, I went back and even though I had familiarized myself with all the creatures that had been spawning there, I'm pretty sure I went back to beat up something else and just saw something that hadn't previously spawned, and I'm just like, oh, do they start spawning newer things in the older areas as you increase in rank or go through the story?
Yes.
And I'm just like, huh, I guess I'm going to have to explore again. That's probably why that's probably why I'm still missing some of these stuff, like, in the upgrade tree, and I don't know what they are. It's probably because I need to go back to those areas and find the new critters.
It also might be that they're tied to smaller monster materials rather than big monster materials. There's actually a lot of things that could be at play with that.
Fair. Some of them I feel like are probably the smaller monsters, and I just don't know which smaller monsters I haven't gotten. I've been going for 9 hours, and I kind of want to stop here, but I feel like I should at least get Diane's done.
Fair.
And would you be okay with me doing yours on Wednesday? Or should I get that done today?
You've actually been relatively productive today. I'm proud of you.
Let's see, I got 2 emotes done. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a total of 7 over 8 hours. Because the first hour wasn't much stream. Then we had like, I don't know, 20 minutes of food break. So yeah, that's close to 1 hour. All right, I brain. Also, apparently, I am. Even if it hasn't fully surfaced yet, I am apparently hitting my limit because for the past half hour, I have been looping increasingly often.
Yeah, you've been looping a lot more. That's actually something I was wondering about. Are you still in the fatigue wave too?
The fatigue wave passed. I think a lot of the talks, while I think they were important, I think they just wore out a lot of the energy.
No, that makes sense. I'm glad you can have those heavy talks, because realistically, I don't feel like folks ever get to hear that stuff, and I feel like it's important to them. But also, it can be quite draining.
I feel like it is important to share those experiences when they come up, in case other people haven't heard others talk about them, so people know that they are not alone. People can learn maybe like, oh, that's not what everyone feels, or just learns that just like that there are others that experience it too, or maybe like learn a bit of how maybe to work with it or something. I feel like those conversations are important. Sharing experiences is important, even if they're ones that are painful.
Automatically, there's been... Oh, sorry?
But I think they have drained me a fair bit. I can do it on Wednesday. I appreciate that, Diane. I wanted to get to it today, but it's one of those things where I probably could get it done today, but I'd probably end up crashing on myself.
You also probably wouldn't be the happiest with it if you did it today and pushed yourself rather than doing it naturally.
I hadn't even considered that. Oh. I don't know. We shall, let's see, we got that one. We got this one. Button eyes. To be fair, with the glasses, I think trying to fit in standard eyes may have been a bit busy. The flag one was always a popular one. Like the banner holding the flagpole one.
It shows you have pride in your identity.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all of them have some sort of flag or something on them. But the banner one, I called it, just has... I've gotten a lot of them, as well as a good number of the dragon ones.
Can I bring up a silly old saying?
What's that?
It is very literally people letting their freak flag fly. In, like, the most delightful way.
I think the ones I've gotten the least of are the headshot and the pride paw. I don't even have an example of the headshot down here because I got so few of them. This one, though. This one, I still heckin' love how this came out.
It's so cute.
I don't know how I did it, but just the way, like, the scales and the fluff and all that, it came out very well.
Are you ready to never be able to recreate it ever again?
Absolutely. Skullcat. You love the noodle roll? You're biased. The sketch thumbnails are super cute. Thank you. Yeah, these are like 2 or 3 years old. I think like the first 6 were 3 years ago, and then 2 years ago I added the dragons, and then last year I didn't have time to add any more, and then this year I also didn't have time to add any more. Brain, please. I do like trying to at least add like a little bit of something new each year, even if they're just small things. Like for the updating the background with like instead of just the gradient, adding in like the little touch of the splashes to add a bit more texture and things to it. It's a small change, but it's probably also a different brush than I had back then because I probably lost what brush I had. Tripod is also a cute idea. I can't take full credit for that idea. I've seen other people do it. And I remember, I think it was last year no, it couldn't have been last year I first offered it. I don't know. But I had asked if people would want it. And they said yes. So then I offered it. And that first year, no one bought one.
Oh.
But I have sold a few since. I think this one was for Neko? No, that wouldn't have been Neko. Who was the Arrow Ace Paul?
Arrow Ace Sunset is always so pretty, though.
Right? We did sell one of the Pauls this year. We got one for Zafri here.
Oh, I remember that one. I've seen Zafri use that one a couple times. Zafri is a sweet bean.
Oh, the Paul was yours. Okay.
Can I make a weird super off-topic request?
What's that?
At some point, would you be game for me to show you a funny big beastie sunrise monstie?
Sure.
He's a big puppy. Big danger puppy.
Got Nargo here. You got oh, why am I forgetting their name? Oh, they used to be really active in the server and stuff. Bill, I think.
Was that before my time?
Yeah. Over time, the like who's active in the library and stuff changes. It's just the natural flow of things.
Hi.
There's someone. Hi. There's someone that were active really early on, back when it was a lot smaller.
Fair.
Let's see. No idea who this one is. This one is Neko. This one might have been Eri? I believe this one is Saria. Saria Snowblind. Or Snowpaw. Or, Snowblind? Snowblind, I think. This one is Abby. This one is Foxburg. I think this is from the very first year I did them. And I am never taking this one off of the example list because I love it too much.
So, that's the second icon I met Foxbird by. The first one being the, oh, what was it called? The Hawk. But
The Hawk.
once the Hawk went away, that's the icon Tangent had forever. So that's the other
Oh.
iconic one I know Tangent for.
I don't know. It is one that it turned out so happy, so just like, yes.
It's very Tangent energy.
And that was before I spoke with Tangent much.
It is still infinitely funny to me that Tangent got to know you after me when Tangent has known of you for so many years more.
I felt terrible that the way I found out that Tangent was NB was someone asking if something I was drawing for Faye was a male to female change, and I was like, yeah, going from human male to fluffy foxbird female, and Faye were just like, no, that's not quite right, and I'm just like, I am so sorry, I did not know.
The most embarrassing way to find it out.
Well, it's just like, not only was I wrong, but I was like broadcasting it to an audience with confidence because it's just like, oh yeah, this is what I was drawing. This was the intent behind, like, in my mind behind the drawing. That was not the intent behind the commission.
Everything that could have gone wrong did.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I have made sure to get it right since then.
And now you've also ended up NB.
Yeah.
Or as I like to say, a heckin' NBean.
You forgot that? Look, that's one of those things where when you mess up that badly, it just sticks in your brain, especially when there's pre-existing scars for it to just get wedged in and stuck there. It's like it's not a smooth surface for it to glide over and slide right off. There's scars that are like leave little ridges that they just catch in and just stick.
A smooth surface to glide right off of, just like my brain.
Yes.
What? Nothing is smoother than soup.
You're self-deprecating again.
No. Oh, okay. I probably a little. So I will avoid that. My brain is full of lovely, delicious, and warm soup.
Okay.
It is warm and comfy.
Anyway, speaking of, we're gonna go raid someone that is using one of these icons right now. Commit spite. Runery is committing friendship.
Oh, Jesse, I love chowder.
We're going to go raid Neko, who is playing Potionomics, which was a fun little game. I have not beaten it, like most games. I played it for a while and then never got to the end. Much like Pacific Drive and many others.
Can I do the raid thingy for you?
The raid thingy? Yes.
So to any... what was that?
Go ahead.
So to anybody that does not know, we have something a little different than a raid shout in here. In here, we have Fox rules. Everybody type into the chat, ! Fox rule, and that will give you your Fox rule. Copy that with your silly little clipboard, and then when we head into the next chat, you'll paste it in instead of the traditional raid message. And we can see whether or not Neko will read them all. Why does my eyeball itch? Can I help you? Hello?
That is a statement.
My eyeball itches. I'm not just gonna lie about it.
Anyway, thank you everyone for joining today. I will be back on Wednesday. Tomorrow I go to visit the spine specialist, so I will not be around. Yeah, just my brain is burnt out. I'm going to probably poke Flo to see if I can steal pup for Monster Hunter. Anyway, I'm out of time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Treat yourself well. That includes you, Rune. I will see you all next time.